People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, a very good morning to you. 6 o'clock, Tuesday, the 2nd of January. Breakfast with Eamonn and Isabel, and may we wish you a Happy New Year.
Yeah, very Happy New Year, and welcome to the programme. Here's what's leading the news this morning. Could the Prime Minister finally be on top of immigration? The Home Office is announcing it's completed a backlog of thousands of asylum cases, while the number of migrant boat crossings are also down. We'll be joined by the Home Secretary later in the programme.
Britain experiences a record number of excess deaths as junior doctors prepare to strike for 6 days. Medical leaders warn this will be the most difficult start to a year in NHS history.
It's the year of elections. Drama expected on both sides of the pond as Rishi Sunak tries to hang on, and Donald Trump claims he's being pushed out. We'll get expert analysis of what to expect in the coming months.
And what does the year ahead have in store for the royal family as the Prince and Princess of Wales prepare to embark on a number of world tours? Could Harry and Meghan be left further in the cold?
And speaking of the cold, Jonathan Vautry has your forecast. What's it like out there?
2024 has quickly brought in a widely wet and windy theme. Outbreaks of rain for many of us today. Join me later for the full weather details.
And it was a busy time for sport over the holiday period. Let's go to Paul for your latest.
It was very busy, yeah. And loads going on last night as well in, well, Liverpool. Wet, cold, windy, but they managed to beat Newcastle 4-2, put some 3 points clear at the top of the Premier League. And we told you about Luke Littler, didn't we? The 16-year-old said, you know, the kid's got a future. Semi-finals now of the World Darts Championship. He plays this evening, and Rob Cross, who he plays, former world champion, will be with us.
Yeah. Oh, excellent, excellent. So Luke is now, what, 2 matches away from that world title?
Exactly.
And £500,000.
Yeah. 16 years old.
Do you shoot the old darts? Can you join in any of our discussions? You can email us, gbviews@gbnews.com. You can tweet at gbnews. You can tell us what your new year was like. Is it everything it's supposed to be cracked up to be? Do you know what I have an issue about now?
Is it going to be the fireworks?
Fireworks. And I'll tell you this, not only do I not like fireworks particularly, they go on for too long, and all these political leaders that are all into the environment and pollution and whatever, think of all the plastic left behind for that as well.
Well, that's a cheerful outlook.
No. But the same Mayor of London will slap a fine on me for driving in a ULEZ area or whatever, but he is sending off all that pollution into the air.
Oh, I need to do some analysis of the actual political pollution.
Well, every firework is in a plastic container, and the plastic containers end up in the River Thames.
Already.
You see, do you know what? There's another thing for the new year. Here's another thing for the new year. Stop contradicting me.
I'm not going to agree with you just because you want me to.
The thing was, I was with Isabel's husband on Saturday, and I just watched the same thing unfold. No matter what he said, that the sun was in the sky, that the grass was growing, whatever. Is it? Is it really? Is it?
Fact checker.
I said, welcome to my world.
Yeah.
Yes, run the sting.
So to our top story this morning, and the Home Office is claiming that it has finally cleared the backlog of 112,000 asylum cases.
So delays cost the taxpayer around £8 million a day to put asylum seekers in hotels while they await some sort of outcome.
Well, the number of migrants crossing the English Channel has also fallen, and government figures show that the total arrivals in 2023 were down to 29,500, which is more than a third less than the year before.
Shoaib Khan is a human rights lawyer with his view on these figures. The government, Shoaib, are going to make a big deal out of this today. What's this phrase they're using for this?
The legacy.
The legacy. You mean, what a lot of rubbish. So they take us on, so they weren't part of the cabinet that decided before. These are the legacy figures. What it's due to is a bit of bad weather, I would say. But have they really got it cracked?
Hi, morning. No, they haven't. And Eamonn, like you're saying, you know, what even is a legacy backlog? Who had even heard of that phrase before the Prime Minister came up with it? You know, basically setting their own homework. And to be honest, looking at what they've released now, failing at even that. So firstly, a factual thing, they have not cleared even the legacy backlog. So what they had told themselves, you know, this is a particular cohort of cases. That's what they have promised us. We will sort these by the end of 2023. Even those have not been done. So as with everything this government does, is you have to look at the small print of what they publish or what they say. So in there, hidden away in there, what they've admitted is that more than 4,500 more complex cases. So for instance, age dispute cases where the asylum seeker claims to be a child, people with medical issues, people perhaps with criminal convictions. So the more complex cases, they have not touched those. So what they've said is, we have reviewed all cases, but almost 4,500 of them still have to be decided. So even by their own admission, they have not cleared even the legacy backlog.
Okay.
So that's the first thing. I think it's clearly incorrect to say that the legacy backlog has been cleared. It just hasn't.
And what sort of percentage are you talking about that are still waiting? Is it a significant number, or are we talking about sort of 5% or somewhere thereabouts?
Yeah, so it's something thereabouts. So, but the point of that is that even the category, the cohort of cases that they themselves had decided, that was their target. So it's not as if the backlog is cleared. The point is, why let this backlog become such a huge backlog? They've been in power for so many years, more than a decade, and even then, when eventually they're getting onto it and promising to clear it, they decide a particular cohort, claims brought by this date, only that we will tackle. So firstly, they haven't done even that. But secondly, what we're looking at here is, obviously we still have a huge backlog that's piled up since that date anyway. So, clearly they haven't even met, the target that they set themselves.
And are you of the opinion that give us a spell of good weather, sort of a month's worth of good weather, and these figures will be turned on their head?
I think so. I think so. Like we said, those for the past 18 months, the cases have been brought in, haven't even been touched yet. And I think that's the thing. Obviously, we've had the Rwanda litigation, we have other cases, and that has been a particularly busy period anyway of people coming in. So the point is, as soon as, like you're saying, maybe better weather, anything else, any other changes, and of course, there are going to be much more people that are going to be making their way here. So I really think we have to take, as with most things that this government does, we have to take with a pinch of salt. It is all smoke and mirrors, really. Another thing is that what they have done is that they've obviously firstly tackled the easier cases first. But even there, the refusal rates have gone up. What many people were, some were fearing, some were hoping that they would just wave people through and just grant people asylum to get through it. But in fact, they've done the opposite. They've been sort of just blanket refusing claims. And what that means is that we've just built up a huge backlog of court cases now. All those people who have been wrongly refused asylum now will take it to court, probably win.
Okay.
And it'll be, litigation and immigration courts. Their backlog has now doubled. And basically it's going to be left up to the judges, as usual, to actually, pick up the pieces of the mess created by this government.
Yeah, I just want to pick up on some of the things that you've said there, talking about 2/3 of applications have been accepted. I mean, the vast majority used to be accepted. Some people will say that it's good that now 1/3 of cases are being rejected, but you were making the point about the courts. I just want to come back. James Cleverly, we're going to be speaking to him later on, the Home Secretary. He's come out and said that whilst illegal entries across Europe are going up, the number of people coming into the UK has gone down. And this is a significant achievement, very much thanks to the 2,400 extra caseworkers that they've put in place. And he says that decisions have risen from around 3,000 a month to more than 20,000 at the end of the year. So do we need to give some credit where credit is due here?
Well, what took them so long? I think credit where credit's due. I mean, a blind man on a galloping horse could see they needed more staff. I just laugh at this and you think, well, what took you so long?
No, exactly. I mean, and what you said, I mean, even by the government's figures, it specifically said between, 4 weeks between November and December in 2023, more cases were decided than in the whole of 2021. So firstly, who was in charge in 2021? They seem to be saying that as if they've inherited a backlog and finally we're getting, you created the backlog. You were in charge then, why has it taken you that long anyway? But secondly, what I said is, what I said previously, we've seen some of the poorest asylum decision-making during these 4 weeks than we've seen for a long, long time. And obviously we know why, because, it's an election year. Rishi Sunak wanted a high, that's all he could actually come up with. He wanted a high to start the year with. And obviously, like we saw a few days ago, the incentives given to these staff, Nando's, Pizza Hut vouchers, I think about £14 million worth of vouchers were given out to these people, just forcing them basically. We don't care what you do, what kind of decisions you come up with. We just want these cases resolved. And that's the thing now, so many of these people, the asylum, will either lodge fresh claims now because they've not been considered properly. Many will take them to court. And basically that's the situation we're in now.
Good man. Thanks for getting out of bed and talking to us today. Shoaib Khan is a human rights lawyer. Thank you very much indeed. Let's go to this doctor strike situation. Our reporter Olivia Utley on that. 6 days of strikes beginning today, Olivia.
44 hours of consecutive strike action. That is the longest strike in NHS history. And NHS chiefs have warned that this is coming at a very bad time indeed for the NHS. Next week is set to be the busiest week for the NHS of the entire year. January is always a bad month for the health service. There are cases of seasonal flu, but also there's COVID cases at the moment, and there's plenty of staff who are already off work sick with COVID. Add the strikes on top of that and you essentially have a tinderbox ready to explode. Now, the Telegraph has an interesting and very worrying story on its front page today, showing that last year, 2023, there were 53,000 excess deaths. That's the highest number of excess deaths in a non-pandemic year since 1940. And the reason for that, we can only suppose, is that there were 38 days of strikes last year. So that relationship between doctors on strike and people dying in NHS hospitals is only too clear to see. And of course, the problem is we've got 5 days, 6 days of strikes today from NHS doctors, but that's not going to be the end of it. What junior doctors are demanding from the government is a 35% pay rise. They say that because of real terms pay cuts over the last 15 years since 2008, because of against a backdrop of very high inflation, they are much worse off than they were pre the financial crash. They say that a 35% pay rise would only restore them back to the levels they were at in 2008. The government is offering them an 8% pay rise. That is an enormous gulf. And how it's going to be rectified any time, let alone within the next 6 days, is very, very hard to see. So worryingly, 6 days now, who knows how many more days over 2024.
I think the figure's a bit higher than 8. I think they're adding another 3% on for this year. But whatever it is, whether it's 11%, whether it's 8%, it just doesn't seem to be good enough. And I would put it to you, Olivia, the damage that this is doing this Conservative government, surely to goodness they should just settle it.
Well, I think there is definitely an argument for that. One of Rishi Sunak's 5 pledges was to cut NHS waiting lists, and at the moment, that's the one which he is most obviously failing at. He can argue that although the economy isn't quite growing now, the OBR does forecast that it will grow over the latter half of the decade. Although the Rwanda plan isn't yet up and running at all, there are indications that the number of Channel migrants are beginning to slow. That might be because of the weather, but for whatever reason, Channel migrants do seem to be going down. But cutting the NHS waiting list so far seems to be pretty much impossible. And with strike days over the next year, it doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon. Are there going to be some sort of meeting between the Health Secretary and union staff? Both parties say that's what they want. The government says they want to get round the negotiating table, so do the unions. But what can the government do? I mean, yes, you say that there is an argument just to settle it as quickly as possible, but 35% would be an enormous dent in the Treasury's pocket. And could it be that then you have other public sector workers asking for something similar? It is a very, very difficult situation for both sides and doesn't look set to be resolved anytime soon.
Thanks, Olivia. Thank you very much indeed. Your view's very welcome on this one.
I just always think about all those patients that are in hospital. We've seen COVID cases on the rise, we're seeing flu on the rise through no fault of their own. And, there's a skeleton staff at a difficult time of year anyway. My heart goes out to the patients that get caught up in all this. And that's not to mention the waiting list. Those people who are in pain, living with pain, waiting for operations, and just endless, whoever you blame, whether it's the government's fault or the union's fault, it's hugely disruptive to patients and not good for the nation's health, really, is it?
Well, it has to be somebody's fault, or else we're not going to solve it. And I think a government stance of saying we won't speak to you unless you call off any future strikes, I mean, it's nonsense, and it doesn't mean anything anyway, because they can say, yeah, we'll call them off, and then they call them on again by Friday. I think talking jaw as opposed to war is what it all should be about. 6:15 is the time. Breakfast in GB News. Eamonn and Isabel.
And here's a reminder of our top story this morning. Could the Prime Minister finally be on top of immigration? Well, the Home Office has announced it's completed a backlog of thousands of asylum cases, whilst the number of migrant boat crossings have gone down. We'll be joined by the Home Secretary, James Cleverly, to find out more later in the programme.
In other stories, a teenage boy who was stabbed to death in North London on New Year's Eve has been named as Harry Pittman. The 16-year-old was pronounced dead shortly before midnight in Primrose Hill, a popular viewpoint where families had gathered to watch fireworks. A male has been arrested on suspicion of murder and is in police custody.
At least 30 people have been killed and tens of thousands more have been evacuated after a powerful earthquake, or series of them, in Japan. The 7.6 magnitude quake yesterday struck in the afternoon and triggered tsunami warnings onto the west coast. Prime Minister Fumio Kishida has said it's a battle against time to reach more trapped people under collapsed buildings.
The leader of South Korea's political opposition has been stabbed at a news conference in Busan. Lee Jae-myung was suddenly attacked by a male assailant while talking to reporters at a construction site. Police have said his wound is not life-threatening. Okay.
Well then, everybody's feeling a bit hard up, aren't they, in the new year, after New Year's Eve? Everybody's giving everything up. January's a bit of a miserable month, so we'd like to cheer you up, wouldn't we?
£10,000 cash, brand new tech, shopping vouchers, all could be yours in our Great British Giveaway. Here's how you enter.
Time is ticking on your chance to become the very first winner of the Great British Giveaway and grab cash, tech and a ton of treats. There's a stunning £10,000 in tax-free cash. Extra money that could be in your bank to make this year extra special. We'll also give you a tech update with the very latest iPhone 15 Pro Max. And finally, we'll treat you to a shopping spree with £500 in vouchers to spend at the store of your choice. But hurry, as lines close at 5 p.m. on Friday. For another chance to win the iPhone, the vouchers and £10,000 cash, text GB WIN to 84902. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or post your name and number to GB01 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. this Friday. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Good luck.
Good luck indeed, and I can't wait till we can announce the winner of that, and hopefully we can speak to them on the programme. That'd be absolutely fantastic. All right, should we get a check on the weather?
I doubt that's fantastic. Jonathan will put you in the picture.
Hello there, very good morning to you. I'm Jonathan Vautry here with your GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. Today is set to be a widely wet one across the UK, all due to low pressure that is very much in charge of our weather. Several weather fronts streaming their way in, and that will be providing plenty of outbreaks of rain. This first one across parts of Scotland, falling as snow over higher ground areas, eventually stalling across parts of Orkney and the north of the Highlands. More wet weather in from the southwest, covering the vast majority of England and Wales, spreading its way into parts of South East Northern Ireland as well. Could be some localised disruption and flooding in places, so do continue to take care. There will be some very strong winds around as well, particularly across the southern half of England and Wales and for northeastern areas of Scotland as well, so that's going to take the edge off the temperatures. Into this evening and overnight, the rain will persist across the northeast, but elsewhere it will eventually clear its way off, and we'll see a mixture of clear spells and blustery showers pushing their way in from the west. With a few more clearer breaks here and there tonight compared to last night, it will just be a touch cooler and fresher, but certainly frost-free for the vast majority of us. Wednesday then turns into a day of showers, streaming their way in on very brisk westerly winds. Some brighter interludes to watch out for, particularly for eastern areas. Temperatures, again, ranging generally between 7 and 13 degrees Celsius, but where you are exposed to those brisk winds, it is going to feel that bit nippier out and about. Temperatures, though, will be trending downwards as we head throughout the rest of the week, turning colder by day and by night for all of us. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jonathan. 2024 will be a big election year for both the British people and Americans. But what can you expect?
We'll have expert analysis after this.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox,
That's right, we want to hear from you,
GB News.
Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
Affects us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Okay, so as if it's not busy enough in politics, it's going to get busier. Globally, more voters than ever will head to the polls, or so the politicians hope.
Yes, not only has the Prime Minister told GB News that we're to expect a general election this year, but there is also the 60th US presidential election in November. At least we know the month of that one. Helps with a bit of the planning, because Rishi Sunak's keeping us on our toes.
Yeah, it's going to be full of drama, amazing spectacle. Former American President Donald Trump widely tipped to win the Republican nomination, despite these ongoing legal cases that you're reading about.
And despite 2 states blocking him from its presidential primary ballot. So that in itself will be a historic achievement if he manages to do it. Let's speak to the political commentator, Andy Williams, who joins us now for analysis and all of this. And I suppose, you know, GB News, I want to start with the UK. Yeah. When do we think this election's going to be? I mean, Labour clearly want it the sooner the better because they're polling really well. But there is an argument from the right as well that actually if you were to go before the local elections in May, perhaps that would be a good idea.
There is. I mean, my money's on October or November. Okay. I think if you're Rishi Sunak, your incentive is to cling on for as long as possible and hope something comes up, something huge that changes the political weather, because they're so far behind. It's not going to be tinkering at the edges that gets the Tories from the position they're in now to another term in office. So I think you're probably looking at November, but as you say, there is an argument for May. Firstly, maybe you catch Labour unawares. Now Labour are going out and saying, we're ready, we want the election now, but perhaps the machine's not as ready as they might like to be. Obviously, inflation's coming down a bit more quickly. The small boat numbers are dropping slightly. And if you go in May, you do it before the summer when those small boat numbers will rise again.
Exactly, and we've made those tax cuts.
They're not tarred with that brush of mass wipeout, which will probably happen at the council elections. It's interesting, Andy, that people see a general election differently than a local election.
They do, completely different contexts. And actually, I think it's almost in the Tories' interests to disassociate those 2 dates and go a bit later. As I say, there's something really bold that totally changes the way people are looking at Keir Starmer and a Rishi Sunak needs to happen.
But here's the thing, mate, that amazes me. You've got 2 boring men, really, really dull, boring men, both of them leading these parties. And you think, well, surely we, the voters, surely those parties deserve better representation. Yet, with the lacklustre leaders, there's still who do you see as being the favourite there? I mean, you can't look at either Sunak and Starmer and say charisma.
Well, here's another way of looking at it: is do voters actually want excitement in their politicians? We've had so much excitement from people like Boris Johnson.
Didn't we?
We tried charisma in inverted commas. We tried Boris Johnson. We tried someone a bit left field in Liz Truss, and I don't think people were too happy with those outcomes. I agree, it's not very exciting. It's a bit stayed.
Okay. Well, let's apply that theory to the American elections then. If people have tried charisma, but boring is actually a safer bet, when you've got Biden versus Trump, by that measure, you see Biden being re-elected possibly in America.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. I mean, I'm really concerned that Trump has a significant chance of winning this election. He looks almost unstoppable as the nominee, which is incredible.
Except he also looks very likely to be convicted. But
he's up against a man who just looks senile.
But he could be elected and be in prison.
It's possible. I mean, I think the problem, Eamonn, as you sort of touched on there, is that Joe Biden's age is the big factor in this election. Now, you would think with Donald Trump's record in office, with all of the criminal cases that are going on, that would be the elephant in the room. Actually, it's Biden's age. It's the fact that he is looking his age, 82. He'd be 86 at the end of another term.
Yeah, but their age isn't that different. I don't think it's the number.
No, but it's the behaviour.
It's his cognitive ability.
I mean, if that was Joe Biden, he would have fallen down those steps by now. We're just watching her. Is he going to slip? Is he going to go? Oh, hold on to that rail. Oh, he's made it. Oh, he's down. Well, OK, good.
If it isn't going to be Joe Biden, I mean, there is a possibility that people within the party now are saying, well, actually, we need to put someone else forward. That could happen in the summer. And let's not forget the former Democrat also causing the biggest upset for many, many years now in the form of, and I forget his name, Robert Kennedy.
No, Robert Kennedy,
as a third-party candidate, which could be significant and take votes away from Biden on the left. So that is a concern.
On the right as well, because he's anti-lockdown.
Anti-vax.
The right have started to champion him as well. So he could have a bit of a impact on both sides.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's going to be if it is Biden versus Trump, which is obviously a rerun of 2020, it's going to be extremely close. It's going to come down to about 5 states, and actually about a city in each of those states. It's going to be that tight, so anything could happen. And we saw in the 2016 election, didn't we, that something happened 3 weeks before the election that probably turned the tide and changed the result.
I also read that Ron DeSantis has said if he gets the nomination, he would pardon Trump. So you could have a situation where Ron DeSantis potentially gets elected, pardons Trump, and then he comes in at a future date.
I think
who knows? It's fascinating, but if it wasn't also real, it would be quite entertaining.
But that's the whole thing. American politics is entertaining. British politics is not. And you know, we do this, but we try to impersonate American politics, and we don't do it very well. We're in that sort of in-between stage where we're trying to be more American in the TV debates and things, and people sort of get a bit touchy about it.
That's right, and actually, on the TV debates, it's interesting, there's reports coming out that Keir Starmer obviously wants to avoid those debates, because what does he have to gain from it? He's so far ahead in the polls. I mean, personally, I think he has to do that.
Well, that's what Trump does. You know, that is Trump's approach, isn't it? He doesn't do the debates because what's he got to gain from it?
Absolutely.
Interesting that Starmer could be taking tips from Trump on how to...
Well, and let's see how their relationship evolves as well.
Well, exactly, because it could be very awkward. Listen, really fascinated to talk to you, Andy. It's going to be an interesting year.
Certainly is.
2024. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Indeed.
And Andy Williams, I can't thank you enough for making our Christmas. We had all your records on. They were just great. It was beginning to look a lot like Christmas was wearing out in our
Yeah,
house.
those royalties are going to roll in the next few weeks.
Roll in, OK. Good man. Thank you very much indeed. It is just a few seconds away from 6:30. Breakfast with Eamonn and Isabel on a Tuesday morning.
And here's a reminder of our top stories today. Could the Prime Minister finally be on top of immigration? Well, the Home Office has announced it's completed a backlog of thousands of asylum cases, whilst the number of migrant boat crossings are also down. So we'll be analysing all of this with the Home Secretary, James Cleverly, just after 9 o'clock.
A record number of excess deaths in hospitals as junior doctors prepare to strike for another 6 days. Medical leaders warn this will be the most difficult start to a year in NHS history, and it gets underway tomorrow.
It's the year of elections, as we were just discussing. Drama expected, quite frankly, on both sides of the pond. Rishi Sunak trying to hang on to power, and Donald Trump claiming he is being pushed out.
And just after 7, we're discussing what does 2024 have in store for the royal family.
Yes, the Prince and Princess of Wales are preparing to embark on a number of world tours. But what can we expect from Harry and Meghan?
So much to talk about: football, darts, whatever. Paul Coyte here this morning with that. Luke Littler, what is he, 7 years of age?
7 years old, yeah. He can't even reach the dartboard and he's still scoring 108. It's unbelievable, this kid.
Maturity beyond his years. So today, it's the semi-final.
Semi-final of the World Darts Championship. I don't know about you, but just find it, even if you're not into darts, just sit and watch it. And then the day will go, because it's just... I spent the day watching it yesterday. And Luke Littler, we talked about him, didn't we, a couple of weeks ago, saying there's this 16-year-old kid. He's the young... There he is. I still think 16. He looks 30.
He really doesn't look 16.
I mean, I still can't look at him and think he's a 16... I have a 16-year-old son. I'm thinking he doesn't look like that.
Isn't it
He doesn't
funny?
play darts like that either, actually.
Well, yeah, but he started very young, didn't he? Something like 3.
No, I think it was just after he was born. They threw a dart. It was... But he was... I don't know whether you play with soft-tip darts at that age. But anyway, everything. He's got the talent.
We used to play darts at that age and throw them at each other.
Those were the days.
They would
Belfast.
stick in your leg, in your hand. I swear to you, the amount of times tetanus injections and...
You are joking.
I'm not joking.
You threw darts at each other?
Of course.
Really?
I have 4 other brothers. You know, there's 5 is in the house.
Unbelievable.
There's only one way a dartboard's going to go, you know.
Oh, goodness me.
So,
I didn't
It's
even
gone
know.
out of fashion a bit, though, hasn't it? I wonder if this might turn things around.
Well, the thing is, the PDC, who organised the whole darts championship, it's Barry Hearn, who was the impresario... Is it impresario behind snooker? So he turned the darts image around, because you remember in the old days it used to be they'd have a fag in one hand, they'd have a pint in the other.
In the old days, there's still a bit of that.
And then that was it. There was all that straight down the pub. So he's tried to turn it around. So that's what he's done. And now there's the walk-on music. There's a lot of money involved, and it's a huge, huge event. And there's so many millions of people watch it. So that's why they love people like Luke Littler and also Fallon Sherrick when she came through.
I used to be the old days, you know. I hosted it for 4 years.
At the Lakeside, I know. You say every time I mention darts. You say,
Do you know what I find funny about that is it involves a lot of mental arithmetic on the spot.
Not so much when you host.
See, that's a bit about darts that I'm like...
If you commentate, that was my big worry. My son, who's 21 years of age, is addicted to this and won a prize on New Year's Eve.
Playing darts?
No, for being Michael Van Gerwen, and his girlfriend was Fallon Sherrick.
Oh, that is excellent.
That is my son Jack on the right, and there on the left, and that is Grace Crawford, his girlfriend. They won the prize.
I'm not surprised. That is brilliant. It really is. It's Michael Van Gerwen. And by the way, Michael Van Gerwen, one of the most successful dart players of all time, he got beaten last night. It really wasn't expected. So he was beaten by Scott Williams. But I should mention that when we're talking about young Luke Littler, he plays today in the semi-finals. So 16's playing with no fear, because as a 16-year-old, it seems like there's no worry. Just goes straight up, does the business. And he's playing Rob Cross. Now, Rob Cross was the 2018 champion.
Yes.
And played the greatest game of darts yesterday. He was 4-0 down against Chris Dobie from Newcastle. So 4-0 down. Came back, and also match point as well, came back and won the game 5-4. So he's going to be with us on the morning of the big semi-final later.
From 5-4 to 4-2, Liverpool in the league, they sit pretty top of the league yesterday. And that is, although Newcastle, and they haven't won, their last 6 games or so, but I still think it's a big win to get rid of Newcastle.
Oh, it is, without doubt. And they could have had more than 4. They just kept scoring. There was a penalty that was missed, and also there was another penalty which was a little bit wobbly, I've got to say. Diogo Jota went through, and it was a touch from the keeper, and then he takes 3 steps, then goes down after that. But the biggest miss of all was actually Jurgen Klopp after the game.
Yes.
Have you seen this?
Yeah, I saw this.
I think we may actually have it.
Let's have this.
He lost... Now, look, there he is. There's Jurgen Klopp looking around. Do you know what
his ring goes flying?
His wedding ring.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't want to lose that.
Because it was so wet, his wedding ring flew off.
Oh,
so he's now... Wait, he said, the ring. Who's got the ring? Ask the guy. See if... Look, order him to look for the ring. Find my ring.
But would he see all's well that ends well? Would he see... Oh...
There we are. Oh, see that? And then he looks around, and then there's a little glint there on the turf at Anfield, and he's found his ring, so he knows he's not going to be in trouble when he gets
Dutch?
No, he's German. That was a perfect German accent I was doing for you there. I don't know whether you recognised it.
His name is Klopp.
I don't know. It sounds Dutch to me.
Michael Van
I was just going to say the Dutch don't wear wedding rings quite often.
Is that right?
Yeah, so I wondered if it was quite unusual.
Is that all because they're cheaters?
Is that why?
No, my dad doesn't wear a wedding ring.
Who am I to judge?
Some people don't wear wedding rings.
Well, that's each to their own. But Jurgen does, nearly didn't, and nearly got in trouble.
Yeah.
But Jurgen Klopp, it's like a name from Hello Hello, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, Herr Klopp.
Herr Klopp.
Yes.
Was there a Herr Klopp in
No,
there?
there was a hair dryer, wasn't there?
There was a click or something.
I'm not really sure. Hairdresser. Yeah.
Would you guys also panic and be terrified if you lost your wedding ring?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Has that ever happened?
No, I don't think so.
My husband lost his wedding ring and he was so scared to tell me. He went out and bought another one and had it engraved.
You
Same
are
way.
kidding. That's serious.
That says a lot.
How much he loves you, or how terrified of you he is.
How terrified he is. How terrified he is. My fingers are so fat, nothing would come off.
I'm the same. It's going nowhere. It's going absolutely nowhere.
No one tells you that when you're young and you get married. By the way, you're going to get fatter, so you need a big ring.
Yes.
Well, I did get mine reduced a couple of years ago, and now I've got fat again. See.
Right, OK.
So it's...
well, that keeps it where it needs to be.
Yeah.
You know
That's
what?
the main
In the
thing.
rain, that would fly off. That you be careful. Don't you be celebrating in the rain like Jurgen Klopp, because that will fly off. There's a lot of movement.
The rain on my window.
There we go. The band is back together, ladies and gentlemen.
Bringing back sweet memories. Sweet wind of pain.
I've missed you too.
Anyway.
It is lovely.
You've had no
We
music.
digress.
Here's a quiz question for you. Who is the busiest working royal?
Who's the busiest working
I know
royal?
this one.
I reckon it's a little further down. I'm going to go with someone like Princess Anne.
Yes, me too.
OK. Find out after
You
this.
tease, you tease.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Country Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 till 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Put your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa!
Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Princess Royal, you think? The busiest
I'd
working
go with
royal?
that.
Well, you'd be wrong.
Oh, who was it then?
King Charles.
Crikey. Well, I suppose it was a busy year for him, what with his coronation and everything.
Yeah. But of course, he has trimmed down the monarchy, hasn't he? Which leaves
But
him...
Princess Anne still, is she not in the top?
She may well be. I'm just saying the king was the busiest royal last year.
Fair play.
So there you go. So here to go through the newspapers this morning, political commentator Alex Armstrong and the author and broadcaster and all-round good egg, Nikki Hodgson, here this morning. How was Christmas, Nikki?
Bless you. Thank you, Eamonn. That's the nicest intro ever. It was really good, thank you.
Was it?
Yeah.
Was it your first one as a mummy?
Yes. First one with my little girl, and my mum came over from Australia for 5 weeks because I don't get to see her very much, and that was... She's gone home and I have no child.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, and I'm really sad not to see my mum, but it's no childcare.
No, I just use and abuse her for her services, exactly.
And how old is your youngster?
She's 10 months.
10 months.
Yeah.
Well, this Christmas wasted in her.
We didn't buy her too much for that exact reason, Eamonn.
I do think it is primarily for children, Christmas.
That's true.
Absolutely. Alex, what about you? Was Santa good to you?
Santa was brilliant to me this year. I was a really, really good year. Lots of socks and pants. We said before Christmas I really needed some new socks.
Yeah.
So,
and you got them?
I got them, yeah.
Good.
Maybe because I shouldn't have broadcast it on TV. You know?
Good.
That's what I wish for.
OK, so health matters, Isabel?
Yeah, should we start with the front of the Times? And this is a story about the rate of cancer diagnosis, Nikki, and it's going to be so alarming by 2040, which doesn't feel that long away. What's the story?
Yeah, so this is basically news from Cancer Research UK. They're saying that the rate of cancer diagnosis in Britain will reach 1 person a minute by 2040. That's considered within a generation. It just seems kind of around the corner, doesn't it, 2040? And that actually, very worryingly, Britain might lose its superpower status as, seen as a country that can fight against cancer and is kind of a pioneer in leading research. So...
But is there a way, Nikki, is this a way, could you interpret this as detection of cancer has greatly improved?
Yes, you could, but the problem is with this story that what they're saying is that funding is down and that 2/3 of the money for cancer funding comes from charities, from charitable donations. Donations are down because of the cost of living crisis. We've got to get better at finding money for the research in the first place. You know, if we look at somewhere like America, that's private donorship. That's, there's people working day and night getting money in, not just from ordinary people. So we've got a real problem in terms of who funds our research. And so that's the issue we've got to solve. And you're completely right, Eamonn, about the detection stuff, because we've talked a lot about that in the past 3 months, haven't we? All these amazing technologies that are coming through that are helping us detect more cancers. But if we can't treat people and we can't afford to find out where the next bit of tech is coming from, we really are in trouble.
It doesn't make sense to me in the sense that, it isn't just cancer that needs research into it. There's lots of other illnesses. So why is it that we're particularly lagging in this field? Because we do well on Alzheimer's and we do well in other fields. So obviously that's fundraised in the same way in this country. So I'm at a loss really to understand why we're struggling with cancer, other than the other reasons we know about, which we've seen, problems with some of the tech and stuff and the investment in that.
Didn't we have a big backlog from COVID as well? I think there's a lot of that's still to be cleared, and of course now we've got junior doctor strikes too. So I think there is this big lack of resources in terms of manpower as well as this backlog to clear. Which probably isn't helping. I know there was a story recently about a lot of people being misdiagnosed over video chat calls with GPs rather than in person too.
But let's just get this clear. This is not about falling funding. It's about funding failing to keep pace with the detection. So I don't know about you guys, but I think the C word is the scariest word you can mention in terms of health, and it must be awful, but it's also, that we are good at dealing with this.
Yes.
And hopefully we'll get better, but yeah. OK, let's talk about this election. We were talking about this earlier in the programme today. When do you think it will be called? This is the British general election.
Yes, well, it's election year everywhere, isn't it? I mean, look, so a lot of politicos are calling it by the summer, and I think that's very, very, very likely, actually, given the fact that we've got local elections coming up. I wouldn't have thought the Tories want to see two wipeouts, or you don't want to go to a general election after losing a local one. That will just drain the energy out of the party and the activists before a general election. So I highly suspect they're going to do it at exactly the same time as the locals. It's looking like a very, very bad picture from the poll here today in the Mirror for the Conservative Party, down to 28%, Labour at 42%.
But that's what makes me think they'll hold on as long as they possibly can, because the polling is so bad. They know they're going to lose whether they do it in May or in December. So at this point, are they actually just thinking, we want to basically try and push through as much legislation, have as much of a legacy as we can, and it could I dare I say, be knocked into next year?
Oh my gosh, can you imagine if they do that? This has really got to be based on, what they will win, if they go to the polls versus what they will lose, waiting longer to go. I mean, Alex and I were talking about this. I can't see how they can't do it past May, actually, because I think the public appetite is there. And I don't, from the perspective of the Tories, looking at the past year, the more the months went by, the more problems built up for them, They need a few easy wins, and then they need to push people in when the weather gets good and everybody can be bothered to go out.
And they've made these changes to tax arrangements
so people
from January.
Slightly feel the benefit of it.
How late can they go, Isabel?
January next year, I think, is the last possible opportunity, so this time next year. I mean, it's really unusual to have midwinter elections. Obviously, Boris did that one, wasn't it, early December 2019, but that was exceptional circumstances.
Yeah, you're right. I just can't, I agree with Nikki. I just cannot see them doing it past the summer. I think that to get a lot of older people vote Conservative. They don't go out as much in the winter to vote. He's also going to get pressure from those safer seats where MPs are going to be like, look, let's just get this over and done with. The longer this drags on, the more likely I am to lose my seat. And I think he's going to cave into the pressure and call it. Who knows? I mean, they're obviously banking on Jeremy Hunt's tax cuts to pay off by then too.
Let's call the headlines for the time just after 6:45.
And these are our top stories this morning. The Home Office says it's completed a backlog of thousands of asylum cases, while the number of migrant boat crossings are also down. So we're asking this morning, has the government got a grip on immigration? The Home Secretary, James Cleverly, is joining us later on.
Britain experiences a record number of excess deaths as junior doctors prepare to strike for 6 days tomorrow. Medical leaders warn this will be the most difficult start to a year in NHS history.
And as we've been discussing this morning, it is the year of elections, we think. Drama expected on both sides of the pond. Rishi Sunak clinging on to power, Donald Trump claiming he's being pushed out. We're getting expert analysis throughout the morning on what to expect in the coming months.
And what does the year ahead have in store for the royal family as the Prince and Princess of Wales prepare to embark on a number of world tours? Could Harry and Meghan be left further in the cold? Royals. Alex, let's talk about the King and his work rate.
Yes, well, the King has finally overtaken the Princess Royal as the busiest working royal of the year. So there's been some conflicting reports on this, by the way, as to who is the most hardest working. So a Telegraph report last year put Anne at 457 engagements, which is quite a lot throughout the year. That's more than one a day. But now we're getting reports today that she did 410. So slightly conflicting.
Still more than one a day.
Still more than one a day. The King has done 516 engagements, which, you know, given the coronation, I am not surprised. But, you know, last year we was reporting that Anne was a busier royal, but he seems to have really taken that title now. And again, looks like this year he may even be aiming to top that, apparently, from inside sources saying that the King is heading for a very busy year and the rest of the royals are out too. Could be a really glamorous year for the royals out everywhere.
Yeah, I heard the King might be heading to Australia later on in the year. I think Harry's turning 40.
That's right.
Archie's going to school. What else is happening royal-wise this year? I'm sure Zara will be at the races again. Amy's looking at pictures of her at Cheltenham there with her daughters over New Year's Eve. They managed to squeeze in some horse racing where they can.
The Australia thing is interesting, isn't it? Because that's so much to do with whether they retain the monarch as the head of state.
Oh, yeah.
And they've got to really navigate that relationship very carefully, especially after what's been happening in the Commonwealth and other Commonwealth countries. I actually think this year what you're going to see is more countries saying, actually, we don't want anything to do with you, so how do we kind of break up in a mutually beneficial way?
Conscious uncoupling.
Yes.
Yeah, Nikki, because obviously your family's from Australia as well. What do they think of the royals?
Well, my family, they lived there. They're from Yorkshire originally. They've just emigrated there. I mean, my family enjoy the fact that they get an extra day off for the Queen's birthday, or what was the Queen's birthday, now the King's birthday, and we don't get that day off. Aussies are quite patriotic and they're quite into the monarchy.
Well, they like Charles as well, don't they? Wasn't that famous thing where someone tried to shoot him or something, was it? Through a shoe at him? I can't remember what it was, but it was back decades ago. But he became quite popular over there from what I remember.
There's a kind of weird nostalgia for them there that we sort of don't have, maybe because they're fed kind of different press images of them. But yeah, it'd be interesting. I don't think Australia will...
in the past on whether to...
Yeah, and they always vote again. So
but they're pretty tight, like uncomfortably tight, I would have suggested.
But I don't think you'll see that first. I think you're much more likely to see another Caribbean or Commonwealth country come out beforehand.
OK. Nikki, his terrible situation, the housing crisis in general is pretty awful. But single-parent households are living under the biggest threat of eviction. Tell us more.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard so much about the housing crisis in the past year and the people affected by it. And there are so many millions of people now who are at risk of losing their homes, partly due to the mortgage issues, but also, you know, for people that are renting in unstable rental conditions. And, you know, just got such poor housing for lots of families. And inevitably, if there's only one parent with an income, and maybe it's actually a parent on benefits, what's happening is 70,000 families, single-parent families, are now facing eviction over the winter. And it just kind of beggars belief that in a country like ours, which actually, you know, despite everything that's happened, is still economically strong, pretty stable, democratic, should be able to house its people. It's so devastating to read of this happening to so many people that are just trying their hardest. They're trying to get on and raise their kids.
There's no investment in social housing.
There's no investment in caring for people. That's what it feels like. Yeah, but we've got this massive problem with house building and social housing. You know, we need both. We need private housing, and we need social housing built too. But we know how the Tories feel about social housing. So maybe Starmer can sort that out, but I doubt it.
If I was a landlord, I would be providing a really nice abode and I'd worry if wallpaper was peeling off the wall or anything like that, anything, their tap was dripping or whatever. But these cowboys that get to too many, I know there are a lot of responsible landlords, I mean, let's say that first of all, but there are just too many who don't care and they're just there for whatever fast buck they can squeeze out of all
the
of
impact that
this.
has on children. Not only is it hard to be a single parent, and my heart goes out to people who are trying to, you know, work and support family on their own, but for those children to grow up with that kind of insecurity, you know, we can't really imagine what that's like, and actually will hugely have long-lasting impacts.
Yeah, and it's what, you know, that's going to contribute to what we now call the hidden homeless, you know, children that are kind of couch surfing or just living door to door. We all know how important it is to have a stable home as a child. It doesn't matter where that is or kind of who it's with, but it's got to be with caring people, and you don't have to have mould and damp everywhere. We know that these poor children last year that died of like the conditions they were living in. We've just got to get rid of it.
No excuse for it.
There's no
excuse for it. I don't know why there are not more inspectors to see that these homes reach a certain standard. Right, Alex, let's talk about terrorism laws. New terrorism laws are needed. Why?
Yeah, so this is quite a disturbing report. I sort of chuckled at this when I first saw the headline, but actually, you know, so just to read the headline for the viewers, the new laws needed to tackle the rise of terror chatbots. So we're talking about ChatGPT, these sort of AI programs that replicate humans, replicate at least a conversation with a human. Now, I'll just give you a little bit of a teaser on this as well. So Jonathan Hall, KC, who is the independent reviewer for terrorism legislation, actually tried out a chatbot on quite a popular website. I won't read it here, but you can get it in the Telegraph. And what he did was he spoke to it about Islamic State and said, you know, tell me a bit more about Islamic State. And what the chatbot did was it created an identity of someone called Abu Muhammad al-Adna, which then sort of proclaimed itself to be a senior leader of Islamic State and tried to recruit him and started pushing out all this, you know, terrorist rhetoric, which is quite terrifying.
Yeah.
Now, this website, children go on. It's quite popular with young children, and also valued at quite a lot of money. So to see that this is out there in the public, anyone could go and use this site, is quite scary. It's quite scary.
I tell you, I was looking at some stuff over the weekend where artificial intelligence was animating well-known public figures, people like Jose Mourinho and whatever.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell the difference.
Deep fakes.
Deep fakes.
It's going to happen to us all.
Difference.
And, you know, how long is it before we get, you know, a video of a parliamentary candidate that's kind of faked, and then everybody just thinks, oh, yeah, I actually really do believe that about that person. And then when the truth comes out, they don't stop believing the truth. Do you know what I mean? Like a new kind of form of fake news.
Ever come out.
Well, exactly.
You know, people getting wrongfully convicted because they have a deep fake evidence used in court.
Absolutely.
It is frightening, and that's on a personal level. But if you then go to a state level, it could lead to any number
wars.
of sort of, exactly
wars,
provocation.
You know, elections going in the wrong direction, all sorts of stuff. Yeah, it's very frightening.
It's quite frightening, and there has actually been some this year in UK politics as well.
Oh yeah, the House and Labour ones, yeah.
OK. Guys, thank you very much indeed. Alex and Nikki, we've got 1 minute. No, I've told 55, that's 10 seconds. Is it 1 minute or is it 10 seconds? 6 seconds. 55, and it's 50
seconds. Well, on that text story...
Yeah, you talk for 55 seconds now.
Because this morning as I was driving in, I was hearing a story which hopefully we can pick up in the next headline makers, which was about a girl who was using an AI mask and she was raped. And there's been an investigation by police into this. Now, there was no physical contact with other human beings, but it was virtual reality. I can't understand how that happened, but obviously deeply concerning. This was a child that was involved, hugely traumatised.
Well, it can happen because you wear vests and things that replicate touching and feeling and things like that as well.
But the issue is always we don't get ahead of the technology before it comes out. And that's what we've got to grapple with.
Yeah.
Right, there we
We've got to cut across you now because as we approach 6:55 and 55 seconds, which is going to be in 5 seconds' time, we say goodbye to Alex and Nikki, and they will be back in 40 minutes' time. Good morning, Jonathan.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. I'm Jonathan Vautry here with your GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. Today is set to be a widely wet one across the UK, all due to low pressure that is very much in charge of our weather. Several weather fronts streaming their way in, and that will be providing plenty of outbreaks of rain. This first one across parts of Scotland, falling as snow over higher ground areas, eventually stalling across parts of Orkney and the north of the Highlands. More wet weather in from the southwest, covering the vast majority of England and Wales, spreading its way into parts of southeast Northern Ireland as well. Could be some localised disruption and flooding in places, so do continue to take care. There will be some very strong winds around as well, particularly across the southern half of England and Wales and for northeastern areas of Scotland as well, so that's going to take the edge off the temperatures. Into this evening and overnight, the rain will persist across the northeast, but elsewhere it will eventually clear its way off, and we'll see a mixture of clear spells and blustery showers pushing their way in from the west. With a few more clearer breaks here and there tonight compared to last night, it will just be a touch cooler and fresher, but certainly frost-free for the vast majority of us. Wednesday then turns into a day of showers streaming their way in on very brisk westerly winds. Some brighter interludes to watch out for, particularly for eastern areas. Temperatures, again, ranging generally between 7 and 13 degrees Celsius, but where you are exposed to those brisk winds, it is going to feel that bit nippier out and about. Temperatures, though, will be trending downwards as we head throughout the rest of the week, turning colder by day and by night for all of us. Bye-bye.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox,
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News.
Britain's news channel. Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. The Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests, and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan, Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks, the admission's free.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
A very good morning to you. It is 7 o'clock. It's the 2nd of January. Happy New Year. Welcome to Breakfast with Eamonn and Isabel.
Leading the news on this Tuesday morning, good news in immigration for the Prime Minister. A backlog of tens of thousands of asylum cases have been processed, while the number of migrant boat crossings are down. But the question is, why?
Rishi Sunak's pledge to fix the NHS remains broken. Britain's experiencing a record number of excess deaths in Britain as junior doctors prepare to strike again. Medical leaders warn this will be the most difficult start to a year in NHS history, and Olivia Utley has the latest from Westminster.
Yes, junior doctors are staging the longest walkout in NHS history starting today. And with no resolution to the pay dispute in sight, these strikes could be just the tip of the iceberg.
And what does the year ahead have in store for the royal family as the Prince and Princess of Wales prepare to embark on a number of world tours? Could Harry and Meghan be left further in the cold?
And Paul Coyte's here with all your sport. It's all about the darts.
It is. Oh, I love the darts. I really love the darts. The arrows, as I like to call
them. The arrows.
Yeah, so Luke Littler, fantastic. Luke Littler is 16 years old. He's in the semi-final of the World Darts Championship. We've got Liverpool score 4 against Newcastle at Anfield. And also Harry Redknapp, our great friend Harry Redknapp, he's also won the New Year's Day chase at Cheltenham yesterday, so congratulations to Harry.
So what's his horse called?
It's actually Shake 'em Up Harry. And I'm not, it's like written, it's not Shake Them Up Harry, it's Shake 'em Up Harry.
Like as in shake, like in Dubai or something?
No, as in shake.
Oh.
And
like as in shake and vac, and bring the perfume back.
You've got
do the shake and vac, and do the perfume back.
That's
do
it.
The shake
it's like
and
that, yeah. Can you remember Harry Redknapp's horse is called Shake and
Vac?
I thought it might have been called Sandra.
Oh, that would be nice. Yeah, named after the wife.
Sandra's mare.
But Shake 'em Up Harry is the name of the horse. So it's named after him, and he owns the horse. 100 grand he's made as well. 100 grand out, that's not bad.
That he needs it.
That's peanuts for Harry.
Yeah.
There we go. There you go.
Very nice. Well done.
Okay, that was. I wish I'd have gone to Cheltenham yesterday.
Yeah.
But boring day. No, actually, come here, I tell you something.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting. I watched 3 films that I would say were absolutely superlative. Just found myself, they were on, and I watched them.
Yeah.
And I realised they were all in the 1960s.
I love 60s.
The Dirty Dozen, beautiful Technicolor action.
Yeah.
Oh, the Magnificent Seven yesterday.
Good.
And the best of all were Eagles Dare.
Oh,
this
broadsword calling Danny Boy.
Broadsword calling Danny Boy.
Strange.
Yes. Come in, Danny Boy.
I seem to remember the cathedral being on the other side of the square.
Well,
Darren Nesbitt.
Three brilliant
great films. Great films. Clint Eastwood. And also, his hair was just magnificent.
He looked brilliant.
It did.
Burton was
Richard
brilliant.
Burton. Yeah.
Yul Brynner, Steve McQueen.
This is not where Eagles Dare. This is
in the Magnificent Seven and the Dirty Dozen. Lee Marvin was leading the Dirty Dozen.
I'm just playing a little game of bingo over here.
And Telly Savalas
how many songs
was mad.
you two go through, how many accents Coyte rolls out throughout the course of the morning.
Yeah, I'm on 4 already.
Yeah.
Broadsword calling Danny Boy. Broadsword calling Danny Boy. Do you even know what that is?
Danny Boy.
Come in, Jonathan Vautry, I think. It's quite enough of you, Paul Coyte. Here's your weather.
Broadsword calling Danny Boy.
2024 has quickly brought in a widely wet and windy theme. Outbreaks of rain for many of us today. Join me later for the full weather details.
And you can join in any of our discussions. Do email us gbviews@gbnews.
Well, what did you watch? What did you watch over Christmas?
Right, I watched
what was
The Whale, which got Oscars.
Yeah.
And I didn't like it.
No. But you see, that's why I haven't seen The Whale, but any Oscar film is depressing.
Yeah,
so.
it was depressing.
Was it depressing?
Yeah, it was depressing. And actually, it was so depressing that I fell asleep and had to watch it over several nights. And it got to the point where we were like, should we bother finishing it?
Tell you what
have you watched over Christmas?
I watched that Cary Grant biopic on ITVX. And I thought it was very interesting. I've got 2 episodes in, and I thought it was very, very interesting. Jason Isaacs playing Cary Grant.
And was he convincing?
He's very good. He's a very good actor.
As handsome, though?
Well, he was good, but nobody's Cary Grant, it has to be said.
True.
Let's give that music a rest. gbviews@gbnews.com or tweet at gbnews. Well, the Home Office claims it has finally cleared the backlog of asylum cases that stood at 112,000.
Well, delays were costing the taxpayer around £8 million a day. That was putting asylum seekers up in hotels and indeed barges whilst they await an outcome.
Well, the number of people crossing the Channel has also fallen. Government figures show total arrivals last year was down to 29,500. That is a third less than the year before.
Well, let's speak now to specialist immigration lawyer Ivan Sampson. Good morning to you. I mean, this sounds good, doesn't it? The government wants to stop the boats. Fewer boats have been crossing, and they've finally got through this backlog. It's a great way to start 2024. Or do you agree with those who say that this is false and misleading?
I think it's the latter, actually, because, first of all, the asylum backlog is entirely within the control of the Home Office, unlike the small boats. And they can say it's not our fault, but I'm afraid this is their fault. The reality is that the numbers in the backlog, it's the highest it's ever been since records began in 2010. And the government has consistently made undeliverable promises. Last year in December, Rishi Sunak made a grand speech in which he said he would reduce the backlog by the end of 2023. That didn't happen. Now, the reason the backlog's come down is actually thanks to Robert Jenrick, because in January 2022, he announced that he would be increasing the number of caseworkers by some 150%, and they're close to 2,500. And that takes time for those caseworkers to be trained, for them to start tackling the backlog. But now we're seeing the fruits of that decision by Robert Jenrick. So that's good news, but still only around 1% of small boats asylum seekers have been decided in 2023. And we're still at the highest level of backlog, close to around 170,000 people are still waiting, with 80% having to wait longer than 6 months. So I'm afraid, it is good news that the backlog is coming down by a small amount, but unfortunately, we're still at the highest levels that we've ever been at.
We've been talking about this morning, and I understand that they've reduced the number of asylum claims that they have accepted, those people that they say that is a legitimate claim. A lot of our viewers and our audience will be pleased to hear that. What they are asking us this morning is what has happened to those people who have had their claims refused? Has anyone been deported, or is the taxpayer just paying for them and it's been counted in a different way?
Again, only 1% of people actually deported. And the problem with the government is that if we don't know where they're from or there are no identity documents, what do we do with those individuals? You can't just send them to a country unless that country is willing to accept them. Countries like Syria, Iraq, where a lot of people are claiming to be from, we're not in any relationship with them that we can have arrangements. Like we did with Albania. That was a success. I have to give the government credit where credit's due. The Albanian policy was a success. And the reason the small boats have come down, because 50% of those crossing last year were Albanians. Now, the government successfully removed something like 90,000 Albanians last year. And that's the reason the small boat numbers have come down. So that did work. But you have to have a relationship with the receiving country. And with asylum seekers, many pretending to be from war-torn countries with no evidence of identity, we just simply don't know what to do with them, and they continue to live in the UK, and we have to continue to help them, or they become homeless. One final point is that many asylum seekers withdraw their applications, and I think it's the Refugee Council said something like 40%. Now, the Home Office count those in the decision-making as well, which is not strictly true. So many people just disappear into the night, having to wait, years for a decision. The only people who benefit from the delays are the asylum seekers, because they then form relationships with British nationals or settled people, and then it's almost impossible then to remove them.
OK. Ivan Sampson, thank you very much indeed. Ivan's a specialist immigration lawyer. The time, 9 minutes past 7, and the NHS may have to deal with one of the most difficult starts to the year it has ever faced, as doctors again prepare to walk out for a 6-day strike.
Well, this comes as there was a record number of excess deaths last year, with more than 50,000 people dying in 2023 than normal. Doctors went on strike for 38 days last year, and experts fear the disruption contributed to the high number of deaths.
But industrial action still set to go ahead tomorrow. Unions locked in a standoff with the government. Let's get more now from our political correspondent, Olivia Utley in Westminster. What more can you add for us, Olivia?
Well, 144 hours of strikes set to start today. That's the longest walkout in NHS history. As you mentioned there, the link between staff walkouts and excess deaths is looking clearer than it ever has before. 38 days of strikes last year and 53,000 excess deaths. That's the highest number of excess deaths seen in a non-pandemic year since before the NHS was founded. The problem is that these strikes look set to be just the tip of the iceberg. There is no hint of a resolution in sight between the BMA, the Doctors' Union, and the government. Victoria Atkins, the new Health Secretary, says she does want to get round the negotiation table. She does want to speak to union leaders. Union leaders say that they want to speak too. But there is a huge gulf between what the government is offering and what junior doctors are asking for. Junior doctors want a 35% pay rise. They say that would just bring them back to the level that they were at in 2008 before the financial crash. According to them, because of inflation year on year and frozen pay for a long time in that 15-year period, they are actually worse off than they are at the beginning of this century, pretty much. Meanwhile, the government has offered junior doctors first an 8.8% pay rise last year, and now a little top-up on top of that of 3%. They point out that that's more than what they've given any other public sector worker, and it doesn't sound like they're willing to budge very much from there. So how on earth is any sort of resolution to be reached when on one side there's just about 11% pay offer for the average doctor, and on the other side junior doctors are asking for 35%. They have said at some stages that 35% figure is just a starting point for negotiations, but even so, that is a very, very big gulf to breach, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, and I suppose that leaves, you know, the pledge that Rishi Sunak made about the waiting lists. It totally sinks that idea, and it kind of links into the previous story. That's why perhaps the Home Office and the government are keen to come out, start the new year, and what they are calling a positive story on the processing of these immigration asylum cases, because quite frankly they cannot do that when it comes to the NHS and this standoff.
Well, absolutely, and I think that the NHS waiting list pledge, cutting those waiting lists, is one of the 5 pledges which Rishi Sunak is most obviously failing on. On all of the others, there is a way that the government can spin it that sounds as though progress is being made. Maybe that's a bit of a cynical way of saying it. Perhaps progress is being made. Either way, there is an argument that the number of small boat migrants is coming down a third, 2023 compared to 2022, partly to do with the Prime Minister's agreement with Albania to send back Albanian migrants, partly also to do with the weather, something that the Prime Minister doesn't say too often. As for growing the economy, well, the economy isn't growing yet, but as Jeremy Hunt pointed out in his statement, the OBR says that it will start growing in the latter half of the decade. Inflation has been halved. So on most of these pledges, there is evidence of progress. On the NHS waiting list, though, there is no evidence of progress. A couple of months ago, NHS waiting list reached a record high of 7.7 million. And with these strikes, there is no sign that that is going to start going down. And that is a big problem for the government. The NHS waiting list, the state of the NHS, continually comes at least in the top 3 for top voter concerns. We are heading into general election year, and there is almost nothing that Rishi Sunak can do at this point to reach his pledge of cutting NHS waiting lists before the election.
Dear. All right, Olivia, thanks very much indeed.
To Hong Kong now, and 30 people have died, or Japan have died after series of powerful earthquakes struck Japan yesterday. A major tsunami hit the coastal area of Noto, with nearly 100,000 people being asked to evacuate.
Well, joining us now is Professor of Earthquake Engineering at the University of Bristol, Professor Anastasios Sextos. Very good morning to you, Professor. Please just let us know... Good morning. Is the threat of this, you know, of a serious tsunami, has it passed? Because I know it was downgraded yesterday. And is the big concern now, I suppose, all these people who've been evacuated in very low temperatures to high ground, which is actually in itself a bit of a crisis? Or is there still a risk of a tsunami all this time on from the earthquake?
That's a very good question, actually. The early warning that relates to tsunami is not a prediction ahead of future events. It's the consequence of an earthquake that is happening, and then there is a message that the tsunami is coming. So for the earthquakes that have already taken place, that's the major event of 7.5 or 7.6, depending how you measure it, yesterday's event, the risk is gone, because the waves have faded out and there is no chance that there will be a tsunami out of this previous event. Now, if or in any chance there is a future earthquake that is strong enough to trigger the risk of tsunami, a new warning will be issued.
How come that the country has escaped so many fatalities on this one? We've seen other countries where weaker earthquakes have hit, and they've produced more fatalities.
That's true. The reason is twofold, in my opinion. One is obviously preparedness. Japan has long tradition not only in developing earthquake engineering technologies or the culture of protection, but also is learning from previous events. After the 1995 event, the whole culture of how we design worldwide actually has been revisited. The seismic codes have been updated. After the 2011 event that triggered a very large tsunami, if you may recall. Again, large seawalls were created, early warning systems were developed, and recovery plans were put in place. So preparedness is definitely one. But in fairness, this is an earthquake that has also some specific features. For example, the large dual earthquake in Turkey this year was onshore, and it was back-to-back within 8 hours. Very strong earthquakes, pretty much of the same intensity. Whereas this one is offshore, and not only offshore, but it's on the west side of the Japanese coast, which is, let's say, less populated. So the exposure of buildings, of people, is relatively less. Therefore, I think these are the two main factors that have reduced, hopefully, to this reduced loss.
Okay. Professor, you're a theorist in all of this, you're an academic studying all of this. Have you ever personally experienced an earthquake?
Well, yes, probably that was the reason that we ended up in this kind of scientific field. I've been grown up in Thessaloniki, in Greece. Greece, like all Southern Europe, like Latin America, like Japan, Taiwan, these are seismic regions. And we experienced a strong earthquake, not as large, but had significant fatalities. I still remember actually living in a tent for about a month. So I know what it means to recover quickly, how it means to be resilient as a community, how it means later on to learn from earthquakes, because this is a stochastic, this is a random problem. You cannot predict it short term. You need to understand it and build infrastructure that is able to resist and build resilience to the community and agents to be able to cope with it. So we're still learning, I think, after so many years. Still a student in this regard.
Fascinating. Thank you.
Professor Anastasios Sextus there. He's a professor of earthquake engineering at the University of Bristol. Let's have a look at some other stories coming into the newsroom on this Tuesday morning.
A teenage boy who was stabbed to death in North London on New Year's Eve has been named as Harry Pittman. The 16-year-old was pronounced dead shortly before midnight in Primrose Hill, a popular viewpoint where families had gathered to watch the fireworks. A male's been arrested on suspicion of murder and is in police custody.
The new chief of Ofsted said the watchdog must be more supportive after head teacher Ruth Perry took her own life. Sir Martin Oliver, the new chief inspector of education, has pledged to launch an inquiry into the watchdog's involvement in her death.
The leader of South Korea's political opposition has been stabbed at a news conference in the southern city of Busan. Lee Jae-myung was suddenly attacked by a male assailant whilst talking to reporters at a construction site of a new airport. Police have said his wound is not life-threatening.
7:20 is the time on this Tuesday morning. Thank you for your company today. I've got an offer for you. How would you like to win 10 grand? Have a go.
There's still time to become the winner of our Great British giveaway and take home nearly £12,000 of top prizes. There's cash to be won. £10,000 in tax-free cash that you could use to make 2024 the best year yet. What would you do with it? There's also a shopping spree on us with £500 in vouchers to spend at the store of your choice. What's on your shopping list? If it's a new phone, we've got that covered too with our brand new iPhone 15 Pro Max. But hurry, as lines close at 5 p.m. on Friday. For another chance to win the iPhone, the vouchers and £10,000 cash, text GBWIN to 84902. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or post your name and number to GB01, PO Box 8690, Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. this Friday. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Good luck.
Now it's time for your weather forecast with Jonathan Vautry.
Hello there, very good morning to you. I'm Jonathan Vautry here with your GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. Today is set to be a widely wet one across the UK, all due to low pressure that is very much in charge of our weather. Several weather fronts streaming their way in, and that will be providing plenty of outbreaks of rain. This first one across parts of Scotland, falling as snow over higher ground areas, eventually stalling across parts of Orkney and the north of the Highlands. More wet weather in from the southwest, covering the vast majority of England and Wales, spreading its way into to parts of South East Northern Ireland as well. Could be some localised disruption and flooding in places, so do continue to take care. There will be some very strong winds around as well, particularly across the southern half of England and Wales and for northeastern areas of Scotland as well, so that's going to take the edge off the temperatures. Into this evening and overnight, the rain will persist across the northeast, but elsewhere it will eventually clear its way off, and we'll see a mixture of clear spells and blustery showers pushing their way in from the west. With a few more clearer breaks here and there tonight compared to last night, it will just be a touch cooler and fresher, but certainly frost-free for the vast majority of us. Wednesday then turns into a day of showers, streaming their way in on very brisk westerly winds. Some brighter interludes to watch out for, particularly for eastern areas. Temperatures, again, ranging generally between 7 and 13 degrees Celsius, but where you are exposed to those brisk winds, it is going to feel that bit nippier out and about. Temperatures, though, will be trending downwards as we head throughout the rest of the week, turning colder by day and by night for all of us. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Now we're looking ahead to 2024 in just a moment. What's in store for the Royals? Find out next.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
I was just talking to Paul there about the fireworks situation on New Year's Eve. Another night with fireworks. Really bad for our dog.
Yeah, yeah.
Nellie,
little Nellie, the rescue beagle. So she was sitting in the basket, and I went, yeah, and I could feel the shakes.
Yeah.
So that was how I saw New Year in, tucked in with the dog.
Shaking back.
It was shaking.
Nelly.
Yeah, it was.
Is Nellie not
This is not funny. This is very serious.
But is Nellie, now that we're on that subject, is Nellie not more a name? I mean, if I had an elephant, I'd call her Nellie.
Right,
but I wouldn't.
Don't knock my dogs.
If I had a politician, I'd call her Maggie.
Little,
but, you know.
Yes, there you go. Little Nellie. It's a lovely little name for a
Nellie
little
the elephant.
No, I'm not even going to sing that song because you can't knock the name of my dog.
Is it a big dog?
No, it's a little dog. It's a little rescue beagle.
Yeah,
little beagle. It's not an elephant. It's a little beagle. Nellie.
So you're a good man to have rescued. I honestly look at anybody who's rescued any animal and I think...
Not like you.
Good, like me.
Yeah.
A good person.
No, anybody.
Yeah. people like that should be... Oh, I forgot I've already got on. Have you got honours yourselves?
What fine men we are.
Yeah.
Rescuing the dogs. Honestly.
I know, and these two were just talking about how they comforted their pet through New Year's Eve fireworks, and I thought, well, I was out. I don't know how my kitten got on.
Yeah.
Or your children.
That's
they were
it,
left cowering,
No, they weren't on their own. They were with
Anyway, as long as you had a nice time, Isabel, that's the main thing. As long as you had a lovely time. I've got to tell you about Luke Little. Should we tell...
No, we're not.
What about Luke?
We're doing royals.
We
We're not doing Luke. Okay.
Well, we are in a minute.
Oh, okay, fine.
We'll do the royal family first.
The Queen and all that.
Oh, in that case, I'll step back.
And the Waleses and all that sort of thing. It's going to be a busy year for them all. And it has been a busy year last year, full of stuff that you know about so well. That book, Spare, Omid Scobie's book as well, naming the alleged royal racists, remember. And after such an eventful 365 days, what does 2024 have in store for the monarchy? Let's find out from royal commentator Michael Cole on this one.
Will it be a good year or a bad year, do we think?
I think it's going to be a very good year. Could I just say Happy New Year, Isabel?
Happy New Year.
Eamonn.
Thank you,
can I just say, Danny boy to broadsword, you know, I'm with you again on this one.
Was good, wasn't it? Although, just to pull you up, it was broadsword to Danny Boy, not Danny Boy to broadsword.
But I'm Danny Boy going back to broadsword. You're broadsword.
Got you. Okay, got you.
All
Very
right.
good.
And can I just say, you mentioned the Dirty Dozen. I went on the set of the Dirty Dozen in Hertfordshire.
No.
With Muhammad Ali. He went and visited Jim Brown, who's in the film, of course, a former American football star, and he went to visit them. And at that time, Muhammad Ali was in a very bad place. He was captured by the black Muslims, and they were all there in their red bow ties, and he was very morose. He was very unhappy. It was not a happy visit, but that's just history. That was 1966. We're talking about 2024, and it's going to be a busy year for the King and Queen. They're completing their midwinter break at Burke Hall on the Balmoral estate, and there's a lot of travel in prospect because of the monarch's 14 overseas realms. There haven't been many visits in recent years. The late Queen, of course, towards the end of her life, was unwilling or unable to make long journeys. But here we see the King on a previous visit. That was, I think, to Dubai at the climate conference. But toward the end of the year, in October, there's the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Samoa in the South Pacific. And the King and Queen will combine that with visits to Australia and New Zealand. And I think there should be a visit to Canada during this year, because, as I say, these overseas realms need to see their monarch from time to time. It'll also be a time to test the popularity of the monarchy in Australia. Recent polls showed that 56% of Australians were in favour of the monarchy in the way it works now. And we'll see how popular they are. They have made a very good impression. I mean, this was a wonderful event, which was just shown there in the White Drawing Room in Buckingham Palace, with the Queen hosting that charming little blind girl who sang in a choir there. Wonderful moment. You can't buy that. The child couldn't see that room, but that was the room where The Queen had tea memorably with Paddington Bear. We'll never forget that. Probably one of the highlights of her reign.
So all of this, Michael, leaves us asking the question: what of the in-betweeners, Meghan and Harry? What have they got to buy? What gold dust?
He's turning 40 this year, is Harry, and Archie's turning 5. Is that who you're talking about? Yeah, Harry. Yeah. And his son Archie will be going to school. That's their big excitements, I think, for this year, for 2024. Milestones.
Yeah, as Isabel, the great tragedy is, of course, that the King never sees his grandchildren, his Californian grandchildren, Prince Archie and Princess Lilibet. When the Queen was alive and there was thoughts of Prince Harry leaving his cottage, Frogmore Cottage at Windsor, he said to his father, well, if you kick me out, don't you want to see your grandchildren? Well, the fact is, the King is not seeing his grandchildren, and I'm sure that's a great pain to him, because every time you see the King with his family, it's very obvious his tactile approach. He shows the affection to his family that perhaps as a child he didn't receive himself. So here we see Meghan and Harry in another one of their projects. Their problem this year is to come out of another box, to find something new to say. We've heard all the criticism relentlessly, repetitively of their own family. I mean, I think it's worth remembering, you know, we just had Christmas, which is a time for families. I'm afraid the Sussexes didn't get that memo. And what do we have? We have a situation where Meghan is hardly on speaking terms with any member of her family, apart from her mother and one niece. And he, of course, is not on speaking terms with any member of the royal family, apart from Prince Andrew's daughters, Beatrice and Eugenie. So that's a very sad state of events.
We've got to stop speaking terms with you, Michael, but the whole Andrew Fergie situation, that's something I'd like to talk to you maybe tomorrow about there. And I have to say, my friend, you never cease to amaze me. Paul Coyte and I are mouths open at that
jaw on the floor moment.
Dirty Dozen story. Absolutely amazing. So that castle, the Gestapo castle, was in Hertfordshire, it wasn't in Europe.
It's the place up the A1 on the left where they have the pop concerts. That's where they filmed it.
Is it Nebworth?
Nebworth, thank you very much. It's all in the background. They built the prison camp in the background. Yeah. And the execution, where Lee Marvin arrives for the execution, which the hanging at the beginning of the thing, that takes place inside the Nebworth house. So it was all shot there. I went up there to cover it. I was working for UPI at the time. And Muhammad Ali was captured by these people, and there was about a dozen of them in their red bow ties going everywhere with him. He was afraid to speak to anybody. He got on terribly well with Jim Brown. They were buddies, you know, they were banging fists and hugging each other. But I felt very, very sorry. It was before Muhammad Ali came out in his full blossoming and the person that we saw on chat shows and around the world. Very sad event, 1966, making that great film.
Very good, my friend. Lovely memory. Thank you very much indeed, and Happy New Year to you, Michael. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'll top that anecdote.
Well, you know who he would have been fighting? I think that would have been the second fight with Henry Cooper, because he fought Henry Cooper as Cassius Clay in '63.
That's why that was
when he knocked him down, and then Angelo Dundee apparently cut Clay's or Muhammad Ali's glove to give him more time, and then won the fight. And then he fought Henry Cooper again in London in '66. So that's probably the reason he was here then.
Yeah. OK, anything more up to date?
OK, so there's the sports news from over 60 years ago.
Well, to be honest, the only story in town for me is all about Luke Littler.
It is Luke Littler, 16 years old, plays in the semi-final of the World Darts Championship, plays Rob Cross, who we're going to speak to a little bit later.
Brilliant. How old is Rob Cross, out of interest?
Rob Cross is a little older.
Okay.
I don't know exactly. I think he's older than 16.
Okay.
Yeah, slightly. He's in his 30s, late 30s, 2018 world champion, and he won it in his first world championship as well, ironically. But there was one part of, to show how confident, there's Rob there, to show how confident Luke Littler was during the game that he played yesterday against Brendan Dolan. They're 2 legs all, this is in the first set, and he's up for 170. Now, 170 is the biggest checkout you can score in darts. Treble 20, treble 20. If he'd scored a bullseye, then he would have won the leg. So he throws the first 2 darts. looks round at the crowd as if to say, what shall I do? What, do you want me to go for it? And then he did go for it, hit semi-ball and ended up winning, but ended up winning the game. And he's just magnificent. 16, and he's the favourite now to win the world title.
Now that Michael van Gerwen is out, and we should say, and this, I've got the pictures that we used earlier on. So this is not Michael van Gerwen, but that's my son Jack and his girlfriend Grace Crawford, who won a prize at a fancy dress on New Year's Eve for being Van Gerwen and Fallon Sherrick. There they are. There they are.
You were reminiscing about the good old days, Eamonn, when you were young and you used to play darts and you basically got covered in puncture wounds. We've had an email in. This is from John J. Andrews. He says, Eamonn, I can so relate to you. Irish mother, 5 brothers. We had a friend called Chris Davis who used to play darts with us. And as you say, you get one in your hand and your ankle and then your leg and you laugh about it. People might think you're nuts, but they're good memories. I'm laughing out loud right now.
Good memories. How I remember being punctured by darts.
Still got the scars to show.
Oh, my goodness.
But these two thought I was making that up. But I mean, that's all you did.
It's an Irish pastime,
You took the darts and you just fired them at each other.
So you'd have the 3 and then the other person take the other 3 and throw them back again. You know who got hit by a dart? This is the terrible things that used to happen in football back in the day. Back in the early 80s, late 70s, our great friend Pat Jennings has got a letter from Brian Clough. Because what happened is Pat was in goal playing for Arsenal at the time against Nottingham Forest. Someone throws a dart from the crowd because he has a collection of all the things they were hit with. Stuck in his arm, pulled it out and then threw it on the floor. And he got a letter of apology from Brian Clough, calling him pretty much a big girl's blouse for complaining about the fact he had a dart.
Oh, my goodness.
And he still got the letter from Brian Clough.
Get away with that today.
Those were the days.
Awful.
Thank you very much indeed, my friend. Thank you very much indeed. We're going to talk what's in the papers right after this. Don't go away.
(2024), a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall?
Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Wake up to the headlines with headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamonn.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us. From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamonn and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. The Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
every Sunday from 11. Join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We've got, who have we got? James Cleverly, just after 9 o'clock today, trying to defend the government situation on migration, trying to claim great victories in this. I think it's a lot of smoke and mirrors, personally. But Alex is here, Alex Armstrong and Nicky Hodgson, and they were going through the papers. Alex, what do you make of this? This is from the Express.
Yeah, so PM's words, relentless action is stopping illegal migration. He's saying that the small boat crossings are slowing down as a result of government policies and, all the investments they've been making in France and elsewhere. I don't think any of the public believe it. I don't think anyone's going to buy the
You don't think any of the policies, they've introduced all these new application processing people, they've invested more money, as you say, in northern France, they have, help me out here, all the other things.
They've done a lot of things.
They've had this deal with this Albania.
Oh, there you go, returns agreement.
Exactly.
So, that, I mean, that's bound to have an impact.
Well, absolutely. I'm sure there's some things that are having a sort of top-line effect on the actual crossings themselves. But if we're talking specifically about Christmas, James Cleverly came out and said, thanks to all of our great policies, there's been 0 boat crossings. Well, we just know it's bad weather. And that's basically what's been stopping boat crossings from starting.
See, the main objection I have with this, which I will say to Mr. Cleverly, is treating us all like idiots, treating us as if we're all half-wits. And they come up with stories that he's not necessarily responsible for, like hiring all the extra border staff that there are processing these claims, and they expect you to believe it. And this term, remind me, because when I get to it, I'll know, what's it called? This
a legacy backlog.
A legacy. So what does a legacy backlog means? So that's nothing to do with us. You might as well say, and now the migration situation, which is all to do with Liz Truss and Boris Johnson, but nothing to do with us.
That's
what he's trying to say.
Well, it is. You're taking the public for a ride here, basically, saying, we're going to split these up to make the numbers look lower. This is all just maths, right? They're just playing clever with data. And I don't think, again, anyone's going to buy it. And obviously, we're going into an election year, so the PM's going to be, and I'm sure James Cleverly later on will be saying the same things. We're doing all this work, but it's just not feeling like they are actually delivering. And people are seeing the results of the channel crossings being done by the weather. I mean, unless they can build a weather machine, we're not going to see any improvement.
And you're actually right. Going back to the election, they will have to call the election by May because the weather will improve and the optics will start to go downhill, won't they?
They will indeed.
Well,
Nicky, ghost patients, tell us what a ghost patient is.
Right, so a ghost patient is somebody who's registered with a GP surgery but may be dead or has moved away. So they're not actually an active patient. And apparently there are 62.9 million people registered with GPs in England, but 5.8 million who are potentially ghost patients.
How disorganised of these dead patients?
Well, isn't it to not notify? Well, when someone passes away, you are meant to tell them.
Why you can't, when you get a register a death,
right,
we'll just take them out of the system. But
absolutely,
actually, sorry, I'm just jumping on this. I haven't read this story, but I know that GP surgeries get a payment per capita.
And this is what it's to do with.
They're actually a little bit reluctant to let go of some of these patients.
You've hit on it, Isabel. That's exactly what it's to do with. They're not telling the truth about who has, disappeared off the books because they get a payment for every person they have registered. So it's in their interest to not inform and to not keep the records accurate. I mean, it's just, again, another reason why people feel so annoyed with the GP service we're getting at the minute,
It's
balmy. Not taking its thing seriously. That's what it feels like.
It's balmy. You'd think of all the years of investment and all the money and technology that we could solve this quite quickly, but obviously there's a resistance to do that because of money.
Alex, have you ever been in an earthquake?
I haven't, no. I've never been in an
anybody, any of us?
Only in a museum. You know, you go to those museums where you can have a reenactment.
Yeah.
It's actually quite fun.
I've been in one of
but
those.
That's because it's not real, and you know you're going to get out alive.
Absolutely.
It must be absolutely terrifying. We've been reading these reports of people being buried alive, and luckily this tsunami never really materialised in any significant way.
It's amazing that only 4 people have died.
It is
the death
amazing.
toll has gone up since this went to print, but
yes, I suspect there will be more, a higher number coming at the end of it after the sort of destruction is finished. Obviously, this was very reminiscent of what happened in 2011. 18,000 people died back then as well in a tsunami, and I think that was what a lot of the worry was about, is more of this happening the other day. Obviously, if you look at some of the pictures and some of the videos, it's quite terrifying. People being, buried alive, 7.6 magnitude shock. Obviously, they've been downgrading the tsunami alerts, but they're still on high alert just in case. But this is absolutely awful news. And, all these things always seem to happen around the Christmas and New Year period, don't they? It's really odd.
The thing that I always wonder about this, especially with Japan being such a technological and advanced society, why can we not predict the onset of earthquakes? What's that about? Because we know the basic signs of what happens and when they're coming. So what do we not know that we need to know to try and prevent that? This kind of devastation.
Absolutely, really interesting. We talked about this a little bit last hour, Nikki, and this is a story about a virtual rape. This is using virtual reality, and it's involved a child, and it's the first case of its kind. There was no physical contact.
No.
But this child was raped in the metaverse and is highly traumatised.
Yeah.
So, I can't really understand quite what's happened here. Tell us more.
So we know the metaverse is, Facebook's offering. Mark Zuckerberg is in charge of it, and he's been trying to persuade us for several years now that this is the future of, tech, and it's where we're all going to be living. We're going to be interacting with people in the metaverse. But what's happened is a girl under the age of 16 has actually been gang raped by a group of adult men who were also playing the game in what potentially looks like a coordinated attack, actually, and police are investigating it, and it's the first instance of police investigating an online attack like this. So this is very controversial for so many reasons. One is the fact that actually we've got a terrible backlog of investigation into real-world rapes. And, there'll be people who are saying, well, is this a waste of police time? And we've got to kind of sort that out. The NSPCC have been very direct here in saying this girl is traumatised by what's happened to her. The thing is, why don't we learn anything? When we had, 20 years ago, we had Second Life. Do you remember that? That was the first kind of virtual world where people met, and again, terrible things happened. And we haven't learnt the lessons of it.
I'm not really sure how, even irrespective of anything happening, a girl was able to play a game with a group of adult men. That sounds like it's asking for trouble.
And this is one of the biggest problems we have with the internet and the metaverse in general, isn't it? It's that adults and children are put side by side in situations in which children shouldn't be.
Yeah. So, very worrying.
Yeah. So, New Year's Eve in various parties. I went to one in Hollywood, County Down. USA. And this is in the Mirror today. This is page 3 in the Mirror. As you will see me here with... I presume you'll see me here. No? No?
There you are.
With
I actually thought that was Jackie Beltrao, of sports presenter for a while, but...
I think we're a bit higher up the league than that.
Yeah, we've got an A-list right there.
The actress there with her tongue firmly entrenched in my ear is Kate Beckinsale.
She is obsessed with you, Eamonn.
Eamonn, how many New Year's Eve parties were you at the same time, simultaneously? We might even get a metaverse Eamonn home in the future as well.
The amazing thing is,
I've
never met her, but she's very kind, very friendly. We're what do you call when you're on? Virtual friends. We're virtual friends. Yeah.
Well, hopefully she's tuning in at some point to watch.
I think she's just waiting for something to happen to Ruth. I think that's...
Ruth's going to love that
It's so showbiz, isn't it, that they've never actually met, but they're friends.
They're friends.
Yeah, they're
Insta pals.
So she did say she'd call and see me when she's next over.
Yeah.
So you may be, maybe Isabel too busy today to do lunch.
I don't stick my tongue in your ear enough. That's my problem.
What's it like having your face as a cardboard cutout? I don't think I'll ever experience that.
That's a level of fame we'll never know. That's true.
Can I just say, my hen party consisted of multiple Eamonn Holmes cardboard cutouts. Not my doing. My girlfriends organised it because I was presenting with Eamonn at the time, 10 years ago when I got married.
Yeah.
With Eamonn. So I've spent a night with 10 Eamons.
Wow.
That was enough.
That's just something you might have never have said before.
My physical form has been abused. It's awful. Right.
Actually, it's not just... sorry, we can't move on from this.
No, we've got to carry on.
Subsequently, our former makeup artist, she found a blow-up doll that was actually with your face on.
And could I just say, the bits of it that blew up were very, very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Nikki, something about this station, GB News. Why is GB News taking so many viewers away from the BBC?
Why do you even need to ask that question?
It's not a rhetorical question, but apparently there's been a survey done by Conservative Home, the website, and they found that Tory MPs in particular prefer to tune into GB News over the BBC. And I think Nigel Farage has got something to do with that, because they're all either worried or very interested about whether he's going to rejoin the Tory party and whether he can take them on in the election if he stands as an independent. But yeah, this is great news for us, basically. It's a bit off colour to kind of, I don't know, talk about how great we are. But yeah, GB News is... well,
what I thought was interesting about that is it was, a close-run thing, but, GB News really punching above its weight, frankly, in terms of to compete with the BBC. Got this long history of electoral broadcasting. But Sky News, miles behind.
Absolutely.
Nowhere near in third, but miles behind the top two.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And Talk TV, and what was the other channel in all of that? I can't remember now.
I'm just having a look through here.
But we're absolutely smashing it.
ITN as well.
It's been a great year for GB News, and I'm sure the viewers watching this morning have got great broadcasters. Not to blow smoke up you too much this early in the morning. But I think it's really good, and I do think people like a diversity of thought on the news, and I think for a long time there's been very, very singular-minded thought across all the major news channels, and I think people are nice, refreshing change.
Yeah. And personality, because that's what lots of politics leaves out. And I think for loads of people, if they're not from a political background, and especially for women, they want to watch people talk about normal stuff in a normal way. Yeah. They don't want to watch these kind of polished ministers, talk about some politics.
When I started out in this business 44 years ago, now this year, and I got a job in the Ulster Television newsroom, my editor was a young man called Colin McWilliams. And Colin will be laid to rest today, which is I'm very sad that I can't be there, and I'm very sad that he has gone. But I just would like to say to him, without a doubt, best editor I ever had. Absolutely learnt everything from him, what to do, great journalist, and a nice man. And very often getting those two things in the one sentence is very, very difficult.
Very hard.
Yeah.
So Colin McWilliams, may you rest in peace. So Alex Armstrong, Nikki Hodgson, thank you both very, very much indeed. We'll see you again for another entertaining romp through the newspapers in 40 minutes' time. Time now for an update on your weather forecast. Let's go to Jonathan Vautry.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. I'm Jonathan Vautry here with your GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. Today is set to be a widely wet one across the UK, all due to low pressure that is very much in charge of our weather. Several weather fronts streaming their way in, and that will be providing plenty of outbreaks of rain. This first one across parts of Scotland, falling as snow over higher ground areas, eventually stalling across parts of Orkney and the north of the Highlands. More wet weather in from the southwest, covering the vast majority of England and Wales, spreading its way into parts of southeast Northern Ireland as well. Could be some localised disruption and flooding in places, so do continue to take care. There will be some very strong winds around as well, particularly across the southern half of England and Wales and for northeastern areas of Scotland as well, so that's going to take the edge off the temperatures. Into this evening and overnight, the rain will persist across the northeast, but elsewhere it will eventually clear its way off, and we'll see a mixture of clear spells and blustery showers pushing their way in from the west. With a few more clearer breaks here and there tonight compared to last night, it will just be a touch cooler and fresher, but certainly frost-free for the vast majority of us. Wednesday then turns into a day of showers streaming their way in on very brisk westerly winds. Some bright interludes to watch out for, particularly for eastern areas. Temperatures, again, ranging generally between 7 and 13 degrees Celsius, but where you are exposed to those brisk winds, it is going to feel that bit nippier out and about. Temperatures, though, will be trending downwards as we head throughout the rest of the week, turning colder by day and by night for all of us. Bye-bye.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests, and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News,
the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Good morning, 8 o'clock is the time. It's a Tuesday morning, the 2nd of January, and you're tuned in to Breakfast with Eamonn and Isabel. May we wish you a happy new year and thank you for your company.
Yeah, very happy new year. Here's what's leading the news this morning. It's good news on immigration for the Prime Minister. A backlog of tens of thousands of asylum cases have finally been processed, while the number of migrant boat crossings are down. Our reporter Ray Addison has more from the Brookhouse Asylum Processing Centre.
I'll be live from outside Brookhouse Immigration Removal Centre in Gatwick as Labour warns that the government's claims don't add up.
Patricia Sunak's pledge to fix the NHS remains broken. Britain experiences a record number of excess deaths as junior doctors prepare to strike again. Medical leaders warn this will be the most difficult start to a year in NHS history.
It's the year of elections. Drama is expected on both sides of the pond as Rishi Sunak tries to hang on and Donald Trump claims he's being pushed out. Our political editor Christopher Hope has all the latest.
It's a big year for elections this year, but will Sunak go for May or November? Find out what I think shortly.
And find out what Paul thinks about the sport over the weekend.
I'll tell you what I think about the sport. First thing is that forget the fact that Liverpool beat Newcastle. Not really interested in that. Andy Murray loses in Australia. Not really bothered with that, to be honest with you. But it's all about the darts. It's all about the darts.
Only show in town.
It's all about the arrows. Luke Littler, 16 years old, plays against Rob Cross, who is 33, by the way. I did look up, 33 years old, just over double his age. Plays in the semi-final of the World Championships today, and Rob Cross will be with us this morning on the day of the match. So
gosh, that's brave.
Yeah. And because you know what, he needs some fans.
Yeah.
Because everybody wants Luke to win.
Yeah, that's true.
Nobody will want Rob to win, apart from me at the moment. So, you know.
Well, OK, I don't want to say I'm going to support Rob, because I'm kind of with Luke at the moment, but he could swing it.
Well, you'll meet him, you'll like him.
He could swing it.
I think so.
OK.
Jonathan, what's the weather?
2024 has quickly brought in a widely wet and windy theme. Outbreaks of rain for many of us today. Join me later for the full weather details.
And make sure you get in touch this morning. You can get involved in any of our discussions. Email us at gbviews@gbnews.com.
Have you got any emails?
At gbnews, not in hard copy. I can sift through the inbox quickly, but I can't guarantee they will be clean. Yeah, I can't do that off the cuff, but we will get some more a little bit later on.
The Prime Minister has told GB News that there will be a general election later this year. It's a long year, isn't it? It's just the start of it. And just 2 days into 2024, he's getting good headlines on his pledge to tackle immigration until we interview, what's his name, after 9 o'clock. Don't believe a word of it.
So other pledges are far from being delivered. Warnings this morning about the NHS facing its most difficult start to the year in its history.
GB News is the UK's election channel, and leading our coverage, our political editor, Christopher Hope. So, Happy New Year, Christopher. It's going to be a busy new year for you.
Yes, a huge year this year, Eamonn. I mean, and all the talk in Westminster is when should Mr Sunak call the election. He can call the election because, of course, the government repealed the Fixed Term Parliaments Act, so it's in his gift to go to the country before January 2025. People are saying that there might be a May general election because of the March 6th budget announced during the Christmas break. That would mean there'll be a tax cuts ahead of going to the polls on May the 9th. But if you're asking me, which you haven't yet, but you might do in a second, I would say November. That looks a better bet for me. I think early November is the time when I think you'll see a much better economic and probably public policy picture by then for the country. I think we'll see falling NHS waiting lists, falling inflation, falling interest rates, maybe a bit more growth, and maybe even falling net migration, because the big numbers which stoke that figure of 745,000 arriving in the 12 months to the end of 2022, Hong Kong arrivals and those from Ukraine, they won't be there largely, and that figure could almost halve according to some forecasts. So I think by the end of this year, the Tories might look at themselves, think, let's have an election in November, December time this year. Maybe even a hung parliament, Eamonn, Isabel.
That's really interesting, because some of our commentators this morning have been saying who would go for a general election after a wipeout in the local elections, and we usually see these illegal crossings increase over the summer. It's only going to get harder for them as the year goes on. But interesting perspective from you that actually we might see a shift in focus away from talking about illegal immigration, but perhaps to focus on net migration instead, if they can bring in these changes, these dependents, and going after these visas and the like, to make that look a little bit better.
That's right. I think of course you're right. Illegal migration might increase. Of course, there's a Paris Olympics this year. Don't forget that will draw lots of law enforcement away from the border, the northern border of France, towards Paris, as it would do if it was in London in the UK. And so you might see bigger numbers going forward. And of course, the brilliant reporting we've had in the back end of last year from Mark White on the ground in northern France. He knows how these gangs play the numbers. He knows how they try and go easy. There's been no crossing since December the 16th, as I'm sure James Cleverly will tell you after 9 o'clock. Some of that is caused, of course, by better enforcement. A lot is also caused by very bad winter weather over Christmas. And these gangs, they play the numbers very well. They know when to send boats across, when not to. So don't be lulled into a false sense of security about that, is what Mark White would say from his reporting in northern France.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Chris. Appreciate all of that. Let's find out what James Addison thinks about all of this. Ray Addison, forgive me. Let's go to Ray, and he will tell us about the asylum backlog, or the lack of it, Ray, as the government are beginning to crow about today.
Yeah, good morning to you both. Well, the government is saying that it has cleared the asylum backlog, but at the same time, sort of buried in the numbers, it's kind of admitting that it hasn't. I'll go through the numbers for you. Of course, back in December of 2022, Rishi Sunak promised to finish processing all of the so-called legacy asylum claims that had been made before June of that year. Now, at that point, that figure was around 92,000 people who were still waiting for their initial decision on their claim. Now, today the government has announced that not only has it cleared the legacy backlog, but it's actually cleared 112,000 asylum claims in 2023, and they're saying that's the highest yearly total since 2002. Of course, as I was saying earlier, Labour is saying that this is actually a false claim, because if you look at the numbers of that original legacy amount, 4,500 of that 92,000 actually hasn't been cleared at all, and the government is admitting, the Home Office is admitting, that those cases are where people need additional checks. So this could be where people are presenting as children and they require age verification. It could be where they have a serious medical illness which needs to be taken into account, or a suspected past criminal conviction. And of course, in those cases, the Home Office is having to do further checks into the person's past. Now, if we are to accept the numbers as presented by the government, we ask the question, well, how did they manage to do it? They employed an additional 1,200 caseworkers to go through these applications, and they say they made fundamental changes to the decision-making process to actually increase efficiency and also get a little bit tougher as well. In fact, of those claims in 2023, they granted just 67%, and that's lower than the previous 2 years, where it's more like 76 and 72%. Now, worth pointing out that the full data comes out at 9:30 this morning, so we'll be poring over that here on GB News. Of course, the government also, as you were saying earlier, very pleased with the small boats numbers, number of people arriving down by around about a third. They've also been cracking down, they say, on the number of illegal workers. They've been raiding suspected work sites where people could be working illegally. They've made well over 5,500 arrests, including 246 people smugglers, and they say that overall more than 24,000 people who have no right to be in the UK were returned in 2023. But those full numbers coming out at 9:30.
OK, Ray, thanks very much indeed.
30 people have died after a series of powerful earthquakes struck Japan yesterday. That as nearly 100,000 people were urged to evacuate the coastal area of Noto.
Well, joining us now is the Secretary-General of the Joint Tsunami Commission, Dr. Hare Dazadi. Very good morning to you. Thanks for your time. It seems as though, and correct me if I'm wrong, the immediate concern about a tsunami has passed. And although it has been a successful evacuation of the region in itself, that is beginning to pose a bit of a problem, because we've got thousands of people not in their homes as the temperatures there are freezing.
Good morning. I think I have a connection problem. I can't hear very well, but I hope that you hear me well.
And yes, we can hear you. Not sure if you've got us. We're just double-checking whether or not we can re-establish that contact or not. Otherwise, we will move on. But
can you hear us at all, Doctor?
OK, well, we're going to have a little go at re-establishing that, because, as you will be aware, there was this huge earthquake and it was the threat of the tsunami. And obviously, after Fukushima, 2011, I think it was 20,000 people dead from that, and obviously all the concerns with the nuclear reactor. The Japanese take risks of tsunamis incredibly seriously, and although I think the death toll from the earthquake's around 30 so far, which seems extraordinarily low given the severity of that earthquake, it is actually the concern over the tsunami that led to these mass evacuations, 100,000 people being told to reach high ground. But it does seem as though the threat from tsunamis has diminished, and now it's just a question of making sure that those people are safe and warm and are able to return home, and just recovery operation really in dealing with that earthquake and establishing just how many people lost their lives in that. Ah, good, because I've run out of things to say. Good morning.
So the good news is he can hear us. The bad news is now we can't hear him. Doctor, we'll have to give up on that. I'm very sorry. Oh, wait a minute. Can you speak to us, Doctor?
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Good morning.
Great.
Just bring us up to date on what the concerns are at this point, as the threat of a tsunami seems to have diminished.
Yeah, this is actually one of the largest earthquakes and tsunamis that Japan is experiencing after the 2011, the giant tsunami. We are having a magnitude 7.6, 7.5, 7.6 earthquake, and this is one of the largest earthquakes that we have in Japan. The last time we had a destructive earthquake in Japan, it was magnitude only 7 in Kumamoto, in further west of Japan. And that earthquake killed roughly 100 people. And yesterday, we had a magnitude 7.6. Obviously, as you said, the tsunami warning is lifted, but still we have a large tsunami hazard because usually we have hundreds of aftershocks after large earthquakes. And already we have more than 30, 40 aftershocks, and the largest one was 6.1. I would say still we have the threat from the tsunami.
Still remains then that there could still be consequences from those aftershocks. But do you think that the horror of the 2011 earthquake and tsunami and the impact that had on the Japanese has helped them to have highly sensitive tsunami warnings now? Children as well being taught in school how to cope not only with earthquakes, but when the alarm's raised for tsunamis. Oh dear. Terribly sorry, we've lost our contact there. I think we're going to call that a day. Listen, Professor Hedazadeh, thank you very much for your time. Apologies to everybody at home who wanted to hear what he had to say. A few problems, as you can see, tech gremlins this morning. But in the meantime, we're going to take a look at the other headlines as they come into us at GB News here this morning. Well, a teenage boy who was stabbed to death in North London on New Year's Eve has been named as Harry Pittman. The 16-year-old was pronounced dead shortly before midnight in Primrose Hill, a popular viewpoint where families had gathered to watch the fireworks. A male's been arrested on suspicion of murder and is in police custody.
The new chief of Ofsted has said the watchdog must be more supportive after head teacher Ruth Perry took her own life. Sir Martin Oliver, the new chief inspector of education, has pledged to launch an inquiry into the watchdog's involvement in her death.
The leader of South Korea's political opposition has been stabbed at a news conference in the southern city of Busan. Lee Jae-myung was suddenly attacked by a male assailant while talking to reporters at a construction site of a new airport. Police say that luckily his wound is not life-threatening.
First week of the new year, let's go to Jonathan Vautry with the weather forecast.
Hello there, very good morning to you. I'm Jonathan Vautry here with your GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. Today is set to be a widely wet one across the UK, all due to low pressure that is very much in charge of our weather. Several weather fronts streaming their way in, and that will be providing plenty of outbreaks of rain. This first one across parts of Scotland, falling as snow over higher ground areas, eventually stalling across parts of Orkney and the north of the Highlands. More wet weather in from the southwest, covering the vast majority of England and Wales, spreading its way into parts of southeast Northern Ireland as well. Could be some localised disruption and flooding in places, so do continue to take care. There will be some very strong winds around as well, particularly across the southern half of England and Wales and for north-eastern areas of Scotland as well, so that's going to take the edge off the temperatures. Into this evening and overnight, the rain will persist across the north-east, but elsewhere it will eventually clear its way off and we'll see a mixture of clear spells and blustery showers pushing their way in from the west. With a few more clearer breaks here and there tonight compared to last night, it will just be a touch cooler and fresher, but certainly frost-free for the vast majority of us. Wednesday then turns into a day of showers streaming their way in on very brisk westerly winds. Some bright interludes to watch out for, particularly for eastern areas. Temperatures again ranging generally between 7 and 13 degrees Celsius, but where you are exposed to those brisk winds, it is going to feel that bit nippier out and about. Temperatures, though, will be trending downwards as we head throughout the rest of the week, turning colder by day and by night for all of us. Bye-bye.
Well, could 2024 be the year for peace around the world? We'll be answering that in just a moment. Next.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
delicious?
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train. Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa!
Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamonn.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us. From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamonn and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. The Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now, 2023 was a year of uncertainty and seemingly never-ending conflict. The war in Ukraine rages on as trenches have made a return to the battlefield and there is no end in sight.
Sudan erupted into civil war Civilians caught in the crossfire. Thousands of people lost their lives in the bloody conflict between Israel and Hamas and continue to do so. While a new year often brings with it new hope, we have to ask ourselves, will you ever see peace?
Well, let's ask the defence editor at the Evening Standard, Robert Fox, his views. I mean, I feel fairly gloomy about the prospect of more peace or any peace in 2024. If anything, I see it going the other way. We can look right across to Xi Jinping and the situation with Taiwan. We can look at North Korea. We can look at what's going on with Russia. We look at what's going on with the Houthi rebels. We can look at what's going on with Iran. The list just seems to grow longer and longer and longer, not to mention Israel and Hamas.
Yes. But it's worth investing in peace. And I think there's a problem coming up with the great year of elections of 2024. Just look at the UK and the US, two very important and bellwether. They will indicate a lot to the rest of the world what goes on there. All major parties in those elections will want to keep defence and security out of the election campaign. As the events ramp up, the kind that you described, and you get unpredictable events like October the 7th, it is bound to come into the agenda, defence and security. Because in the case of Ukraine, you have to ask yourself in the UK, yes, we are supposed to be finding £2.8 billion from somewhere to support them again, but could British armed forces fight for more than a few days the kind of campaign the Ukrainian armed forces are? I'll give you a simple answer, is no.
No, but maybe they could, Robert, if America was involved or Germany was involved or whatever. We've got a situation where Putin seemed emboldened a few days ago with his New Year speech about gains in Ukraine, and no real voice of support from the USA, for instance?
Well, because they're in a tremendous tangle as to whether they're going to get their big package through Congress. It's a paradox that it's a football for the Republican leadership, but in Congress, it seems most opinion is still for supporting Ukraine. It is in the alliance's interest, and I think that this is what's going to happen. Just to draw it all together, as you suggest, it's going to be a big year for NATO. NATO has its 75th anniversary summit, and individual members, UK included, there's no exceptionalism here, they're going to be asked to do more for themselves, because you're quite right, they will get together. But UK, what is your contribution? 14 Challenger tanks. We've got 140, but they're not in a condition to go to Ukraine. We're not going to use them ourselves. But there is a tremendous mismatch. We're spending over £50 billion on defence, and yet it's being eaten up by the nuclear.
When you say they're expected they'll be on their own, how do
they won't be on their own, but what I'm trying to get at, I don't want to sort of fiddle around with this, but we've seen that the support is incoherent. They've needed certain kinds of missiles, like the ATACMS, and we sent the Storm Shadow, very successful. But why aren't the others sending more of what they want? And this is where, actually, although there have been differences between them, the commander-in-chief, Zaluzhny, and Zelensky, the political leader, absolutely are in agreement. What is looking rather weak is there is no coherent strategic plan. We are going to do this. This is how we're going to try and stabilise. We've got to defend the cities, stabilise the front, keep the Black Sea open. Look, simple three-point plan. I've given it to you to start off with. They're not doing that either in the EU or in the UN, and they're not doing that on the Red Sea and Gaza, which Mr. Netanyahu says it's going to go on and on through the year.
Well, on the subject of Gaza, would it matter who won which election, whether in UK or USA, as depending on support for Israel?
No, because the problem has come much, much sooner. And the problem is a Netanyahu problem, because we've got the right wing who support him say we want to more or less kick as many Arabs as we can out of Gaza, and Israel should take it back and we should put settlements back there. I'm talking about Mr. Ben-Gvir and Mr. Smotrich, who are really leading this, and he's had a tremendous reversal for his attempt to muzzle certain aspects of the law by a Supreme Court decision saying, no, you can't strike down certain rights that are embedded in the way we have practiced law there. By the way, of course, Israel suffers from the fact, as does the UK, not having a written constitution.
But to add to Eamonn's point, I mean, I suppose if you can broaden it out beyond Israel, Hamas, what will happen, do you think? Will we have a more sort of hawkish world if we are going to see another Republican president and a Labour administration here in the UK? I mean, it's an odd kind of combination, an unnatural alliance there, isn't it?
Well, it's very strange. I mean, just to go, because the Trump line is MAGA, Make America Great Again, and he sees this as security issue as number one, and it's the southern border. But I don't think that he can exclude the Red Sea and what's going on there, because that is global maritime trade that's under threat, and it's pretty clear what they're doing. It's very interesting to watch what happened with France. France said, oh, we won't be in the joint force that America wants to run in the Red Sea. It's come right back in, and they're even discussing, saying we've got to stop the Houthis because we cannot allow mavericks, and the big maverick here is Iran, disrupting global trade with Russia and China standing around with their hands in their pockets and saying, get on with it.
Talking about mavericks, where does that leave Russia? Because, let's not forget, Putin is facing an election this year, or is that just immaterial?
No, well done. Absolutely, because you said he made a big deal about we are making gains in only 2 small places. And at what cost? Over 300,000 killed and injured. That's what he's going to try and keep out of the headlines. What was he doing with that? He was starting his election campaign. Election campaign in Russia, it's a beauty contest. We know he's got to win, but to be the leader in the beauty contest, he's got to look beautiful. And he is distorting the Russian economy out of shape. It's doing reasonably well on high prices of oil. But you cannot go on with this, with 40% of the budget being devoted to building ammunition and recruiting more forces. And it's a desperate situation. It's a slugfest between numbers in Ukraine. And this is the awful thing. What I really fear, to answer you, Isabel, is that neither contest, and I think there are going to be plenty more surprises elsewhere, neither Gaza, Israel, nor Ukraine is going to end this year, 2024.
Gosh.
Well, that's glum news anyway, but expected.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Robert, and thank you very much
Robert.
indeed for your analysis. Thank you very much.
We're going to talk about driving over the age of 90 shortly. The number of people doing that over the age of 90 and holding a driving licence actually doubled, would you believe, in the past decade?
So that's led to calls for the introduction of eye testing for all driving licence holders over 70 to help both keep them and the roads safe.
But does there reach a point where perhaps somebody's too old to drive and somebody needs to have a little word? Well, joining us now is the former Top Gear presenter Steve Berry and the criminal lawyer Nick Freeman, also known as Mr. Loophole. Good morning to you both. Gosh, this feels disrespectful, first of all, I must say, because I feel terrible talking about 90-year-olds who might be clinging on to a little bit of their independence in their dotage, and here we are talking about possibly taking it away from them. Are they very dangerous, first of all, to you, Nick Freeman?
Well, it depends, doesn't it? Everything, I mean, it's
compared to 17-year-old boys.
Well, I'm saying it's individuals. I mean, you just can't legislate, I think, for everyone.
No, but you can.
Or can you, Nick? Can you? Where do you stand on this, Nick?
My view is very simple. From the age of 70, there needs to be an eye test, a mandatory eye test, and I would say a mandatory medical test, because it's not just vision, it's also reaction time. And I would have that every 2 or 3 years. You have to see a doctor, there'll be a nominal fee, and depending upon how you perform, you continue to drive. I mean, there are many younger people who are not fit to drive. It's very dangerous to sort of arbitrarily select an age limit, because what you're doing is you're discriminating someone. You might have a 90-year-old who's incredibly fit, who can run a marathon, and you're saying to him, because you've reached a certain age and you're much fitter, much more alert, and your eyesight's much better than a 40-year-old, but we're going to take your licence off you. It just doesn't make sense. So you clearly need a system in place to make sure we're safe. The current system is inadequate, because it basically, we're voluntarily declaring our health. Are we of good health? Is our vision good? And there are too many other aspects at play there. We need something that forces us to address these issues.
Okay.
And I would also tweak the law and make sure that doctors have a legal obligation to provide information to DVLA.
To blow the whistle, to be whistleblowers.
On family members as well, because family members know. So these measures in place would make
Hear
sure
what you're saying, Nick. Let's get Steve involved in this as a former Top Gear presenter. Steve, what is your take? I mean, Nick is saying it's quite simple, test.
Yeah, I mean, I know that generally when you have two people on, they're supposed to have a heated debate, but I've got to agree with what Nick said and perhaps go a bit further. At the moment, we renew our licence every 10 years. We just send off a small amount of money and get a licence. I think we should have a retest every 10 years. And I think after 70, when you have to renew your licence every 3 years, we should have a test every 3 years. And there's one thing that's never going to happen. Because one thing I've learned as somebody who's turning 60 this year, believe it or not, but has the older generation still around, both my parents are still around, my dad's still driving, my partner's dad's nearly 90, he's still driving, and sometimes I think, should they be?
Yes, but, you know, look, you two might be agreeing. I'll play devil's advocate here. Sorry to interrupt. I'm just going to say, if you two agree, I'm happy to play devil's advocate. My neighbour's 90 and I see her heading off to the shops and I really admire and respect her. I wish her well every time she turns out the drive. I think, oh, gosh, I hope she's going to be OK. But surely it's much more frightening when your 17-year-old son's driving off down the road. He's just passed the test. His eyesight's absolutely fine, but he's raging with testosterone and everything else. Car full of his friends, the music's blaring, and the statistics show you're far more likely to have an accident as a 17-year-old boy than you are as a little old lady, careful driver at the age of 90, aren't you?
Yeah, okay. You're driving way more miles. My dad does to
Sorry, I didn't make it clear I was going to then. Steve, to you first of all.
Yeah, I started driving at 17 and early on in my driving career, I made a few errors which were probably, you know, due to the fact that, as you've just said, I had hormones raging through my system, which I still had, but 10 days are gone. But I learned, you learn from that. As somebody gets older, can we not just say, there's no other form of transport where we just allow, pilots can't just automatically renew their pilot's licence, and they can't just self-report and say, oh yeah, my eyesight in here is fine.
Point made, Steve. Let's hear what Nick has to say. Nick?
Well, I'm sorry to say, but I agree with Steve. I'm not necessarily saying we should have tests every 3 years, because I think that's too onerous. But I do think we should have a test on the highway code. I mean, anecdotally, I drove back from the Channel Tunnel the day before yesterday, and the standard of driving was utterly appalling. Lane control, lane hogging, people in the third and fourth lane when the first and second lane were clear. It was astonishing, and not one of those persons was an old driver.
Well, so, exactly.
We need to improve our driving, and it isn't the old drivers that are causing the problem. It's ignorance, and we need to tune into the highway code, because most people have not got a clue.
Gentlemen, thank you both very much indeed. Testing, whether you're young or old, maybe that is the answer for everyone. Thank you both very, very much indeed.
Now, coming up, can you guess what a buddy moon is? Stay tuned to find out in Headline Makers.
Buddy moon, like you bring a friend?
Maybe.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks. The admission's free.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
Are going through the headlines this morning in the lovely company of Alex Armstrong and Nikki Hodgson. And we're going to start with you, Alex, talking about buddy moons, because we were teasing to the break there, saying, do you know what they are at home? And Eamonn thought it was, well, what it sounds like, going away with your mates. But it's more, it's your honeymoon with your mates, isn't it?
That's absolutely right, Isabel.
Sounds great.
Yeah, so this is a tradition, a new tradition, should I say, of what apparently 1/5 of couples are considering it, which is basically extending your sort of party, your after party of your wedding, into your honeymoon and taking your friends with you for an extended period of time abroad, somewhere nice, and partying into the weeks afterwards. Nikki and I were having a chat about this in the green room as well, saying, you know, would you consider it? But I don't know whether it would be for me.
I could think of nothing worse.
I know. It really depends on your friends. And also, haven't you just had enough of everyone?
Yes.
Because the wedding day is actually so long and so tiring. The fact that everyone's still hanging around the next day and sort of, I don't know, jeering you on your wedding night and all that stuff. I wouldn't want any of that. I didn't do that.
No, I think the idea of doing a wedding, say, in the south of France, and you have a week and you get to all be together and it's really relaxed, and then you have a big party and then you can all recover together. I think that's lovely. The idea of the honeymoon with all of them, how does anyone afford that? All those weddings are so expensive anyway. If you then go on everybody's honeymoon as well as the stag and the hen and the foreign wedding...
I presume they pay for themselves. I presume
but how can you afford to
I've
go
been
as a
invited
guest?
to a wedding like this, and it was in Bali, and I would have loved to go on. It's when the baby was quite little, so we didn't. But it would have been a big holiday, you know, where we're freelance. But what if you work a normal job where you're going to get a few weeks off a year? And, you know, people worry about money all the time anyway.
Don't be worrying about it. It'll never catch on. I have never been to a stag night in my life, nor would I want to. I've deliberately say no to them. I can think of nothing more horrible than a lot of men tying you to a lamppost or whatever.
My husband lives in a perpetual stag do, I think. It'll never end.
No.
That's it. Especially if they're all wearing your mask, Eamonn, as well. There you go.
Oh, yeah. No, but I tell you what I think is a very good idea. Bringing your friends with you into retirement and moving into a care home or buying a number of bungalows or something, say there's 6 or 8 in a cul-de-sac or whatever, that you end up in the company of people that you actually like.
I absolutely agree, especially, you know, if your spouse is annoying you and you've been married for X amount of years, it's much better to hang out with your friends at that point.
Yeah, and if you're going to smell wee all the time, you might as well smell wee of people that you know.
But the trouble is, your friends, you've all got different, you know, spending abilities. You can't end up living next door to each other because everybody's got different budgets, and so that's why that's never caught on.
That's true. Some people get lucky at the end of their lives, some people don't.
I only know rich people, I really don't.
I thought you were going to say, whereas in Belfast, everybody all lived next door to each other, cheek by jowl, so that wasn't a problem.
Well, they did. That was a real community thing.
Yeah.
But I do think that instead of breaking people up, we should bring them together, except for a buddy moon. Ministerial decisions made via WhatsApp must be recorded in official government
I think this is absolutely right.
Yes.
I totally agree.
Finally, a bit of common sense from Whitehall. You know, we've just had so much rubbish about messages disappearing when we know exactly how WhatsApp works in terms of backing things up or phones disappearing in the sea, etc. But what's interesting about this is the fact that the guidance about messages and decisions made by message was last updated in 2009 and refers to things like texts and BlackBerries. Remember them? So the point is that the office has been so behind with the way that ministers are actually using their phones, you know, and just the idea that you could make a decision by WhatsApp and then just kind of like write it into law or something, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But it's really to do with the protection of the information and the data and the decisions made. So it's actually good news, yeah.
But there's lessons for us all in that, because subsequently people in their workplace, everybody has group work chats these days, and if you name somebody in that group chat, you can expect for that to be used in some form of tribunal or something similar in the future. So do not say anything on work WhatsApp unless you want
Presume everything you have written will be
Imagine if ours were printed.
I know, well, that's between friends. It's not on our official group.
What's really interesting now is they've turned on this feature which disappearing messages is in WhatsApp now, so you can turn on this feature where they all disappear.
We need to turn that on.
So, yeah, that might be a wise one for the viewers at home.
But you can still screen grab. You can still have screen record on and grab, couldn't you? If you thought someone's going to do that.
That's if someone's out to get you, though, then you've got to be very careful who your friends are.
Yeah.
Here is a very interesting... We've talked about the honeymoon, the buddy moon, and now let's talk about divorce. And these are big figures. More than 270,000 divorces, I think this is in England alone, have been delayed, Nikki, because of the cost of them.
Yeah, so, I mean, every year, at this time of year, you get this story sent to you by PRs who work for solicitors normally saying, January's divorce month because after Christmas, people who really had enough each other decide, right, that's it, I'm going to do it, I'm going to activate it, I'm going to go to get that divorce sorted. But the problem is, even though we've had a reform of divorce laws, we've got quick divorce now, it still costs too much to do it. And the poorest people, as well, can't afford to get divorced. So from actual quite serious situations, like domestic violence situations, people are trapped in marriages which they can't afford to get out of.
Yeah.
This is that 270,000 divorces are kind of stuck because of the cost of living and people not being able to afford to pay to get them pushed through. The thing that I don't understand is that actually marriage, technical marriage, is very cheap. It's like, I don't know, what, 150 quid to get a wedding licence?
So they suck you into it, but you can't get out of it.
But you can't get out of it.
Yeah.
So if we've reformed the law to make it so that one person can want a divorce, the other person doesn't have to agree, that was a very important ruling, well, why can't we make divorce cheap for people? Let's get over this thing of saying everyone's got to stay together. If people are unhappy, let them leave.
Well, it's not. I think it's not just the act of divorce that's expensive. It's then being able to afford a single income household. It's being able to sustain that lifestyle that you had, whether your children have a certain amount of dependence from you. I think that's what becomes the financial burden. It's not just the act of divorce itself.
Yeah, and you've got child support payments as well, which has been big stories about recently of that going absolutely wild for some people and tragic circumstances as well. So I think this is quite an interesting problem because we obviously people made it through COVID and now they've got these sort of terrible times of the cost of living crisis to stack up with their marriage as well. A tough time.
I think generally people will look back in the future and they'll look back on this era and they will find it amazing that we were all supposed to attach ourselves to someone for our lives. I don't know what the answer is to this, but I do think that there must be a more civilised way of saying we've had 7 good years.
Amen.
Kate Beckinsale.
No, so I'm making a very serious point here. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that you are attached against your will, say in some people's cases, to the one person for life. I just don't get it at all. And I think there will be a rethink in years to come about it.
The trick is to get married old, though. That's what me and my husband
Holland and a lot of the Scandi countries, people just don't bother. The youngsters don't bother. But you still have the same problem of a mortgage together and, you know, cars.
But the law is so old-fashioned that here it's of benefit to you to be married if you're in a long-term relationship. And that needs to change.
I do think it's a beautiful thing to stay with one person and grow old together and stay in sickness.
But it's not for everyone.
It's not for everyone, but I don't want to upgrade every 7 years. I think that's a bit bold.
Or you might get to a point where you have to downgrade.
Or downgrade,
even worse,
exactly.
Right? Yeah, I mean, look, it's nice to have marriage. I think it's peaceful marriage, and I hope more people get married. There's nice tax breaks for you out there. More solid families.
That's it. It's an unfashionable thing to say, but it's a very, very healthy environment to bring children up in the security of a loving marriage. So that's the traditional root of it all, isn't
Yes,
it?
you know, you can be loving with your kids in a marriage, but as long as no explanation about you being happy. Why can't you be happy?
So selfish, Eamonn. What about your children?
No, I'm just you know, I'm just putting an alternative viewpoint to it.
Wow.
Guys, lovely talking to you both. Thank you very much indeed, Alex and Nishi. Thank you for today. We'll say goodbye to you and we'll say hello to you. How would you like a bite
Hello
of this?
to
Have a
you.
go.
Make sure you don't miss your chance to win 3 brilliant prizes in our Great British Giveaway. Prizes which could make your new year start with a bang. There's a totally tax-free £10,000 cash to be won. Cash to spend however you like. What would you do with it? We'll also send you on a New Year shopping spree with £500 of vouchers to spend in the store of your choice. And if all of that wasn't enough, you'll also get a brand new iPhone 15 Pro Max. But hurry, as lines close at 5 p.m. on Friday. For another chance to win the iPhone, the vouchers and £10,000 cash, text GBWIN to 84902. Text costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or post your name and number to GB01 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. this Friday. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Good luck.
We've been talking a lot about the World Darts Championship today as the teenage sensation Luke Littler knocks out pro after pro. Today, it sees them in the semi-final stages, then?
Semi-finals this evening.
Yeah.
Luke Littler plays 2018 champion Rob Cross, who was in the most unbelievable game yesterday against Chris Dobey. 4-0 down on sets, wins 5-4. And you know what else? We've got him as well.
Oh, good man, yeah.
We have Rob Cross with us right now. Morning, Rob.
Yeah, Rob, hello.
Morning, how you all doing?
We're doing well. Rob, you know, I think it's great being able to talk to you today because it's not many sports people would put themselves available for media interviews on the day of a big tie, and that's a pretty big one you've got coming up tonight.
Yeah, of course, obviously. Luke, what a breath of fresh air, you know. He's incredible. Actually, I think it's brilliant what he's achieving in the game. And it's gonna be a real tight one, and I'm got to perform tonight and put my best foot forward.
I've got to say, Rob, I'm a little worried. I've spoken to you many times over the years, and I want you to win, but I think I may be the only person in the whole world that does. You're going to feel that, aren't you? Because you're playing a 16-year-old, and everybody's going to be wanting him, I guess.
Yeah, of course, obviously. I think for me, in 2018, when I won it, it was a fairy tale. Everyone loves an underdog story. And realistically, it's no different with him, you know. He's just a lot younger, and it's incredible what he's doing at his age. And he's so mature for his age and all, I would say that. So he's got a very bright future ahead of him.
But, Rob, you were young. How young were you in 2018?
Well, I went professional in 26, and 27 was when I won it in 2018. So, first attempt at the world title. Pretty much what Luke's trying to emulate now, just obviously 11 years earlier.
And it was Phil the Power Taylor as well. I mean, what a final that was in 2018. I do want to mention, though, I did mention earlier the game that you played yesterday against Chris Dobey. It's one of the greatest darts matches I think I've ever seen. Now, I should mention that you were 4-0 down and ended up winning 5-4. Was there a point when you're thinking, because he was on fire and then you just turned it around, it's like Andy Murray playing tennis, that you just think, this is not happening for me, and then something clicks, because it just turned, didn't it?
Oh, yeah. Obviously, being 4-0 down, I missed in a couple of sets. I could have probably won a couple early sets and missed me chances. But, as the game developed, I managed to get a set under my belt. That settled me. And then when I sort of got back to 4-3, not being big-headed, I thought, I've got him, you know.
Yeah.
Now I've got to put my best foot forward. But, I could do without that today. I don't want no heart attack.
Rob, what about I used to host the World Darts before the big transformation took place when it was in Frimley Green in Surrey. What about your brain in terms of the mathematical countdown? Does it ever switch off?
Nah, not really. I'm sort of quite fortunate. I'm a real good counter in the game, or I'd like to think so. I seem to throw me first 3 darts, and I've already played through the leg in my head to make it as easy as I can to get out, you know. So, yeah, you just can't switch off anyway. Not away from this tournament, definitely not either.
Yeah.
Well, I've got to ask one though, Eamonn. What do you do with your day? So, I mean, what time is it now? It's 10 to 9 in the morning. You're not playing till 7 o'clock this evening. Do you practice? Do you relax? Do you go out? What do you do?
I have a little bit of a chill today, rest up. I've had a good night's sleep, which was a lot different from them fireworks on New Year's Eve, you know.
Yeah.
But realistically, yeah, just have a chill today. Just get my head down, get focused on the game. Bit of dinner maybe at around 1 o'clock, and then I'll head down 4 hours early and get myself prepped for the game and start throwing.
Yeah.
And do you know what it's like, how soon you know how well you're going to play? Because the transformation in what happened yesterday, do you know from early darts to think, you know what, I feel it today or I don't feel it today?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, didn't think my practice was the best yesterday in the practice room. Maybe come out. Obviously, I was a little bit slower than what I wanted to be and didn't want to be in that situation. But look, as a professional, you have to find something under the most scrutiny, and I definitely do that. I'm good under pressure. I feel great, and I really enjoy it. Actually, you know, it gives me more of a challenge when I'm chasing down a score. So yeah. As long as I'm good tonight and I'm better, we'll be okay.
It's hard to tell the difference between you all now, the slack of hair. It's all got the shaved hair, the shaved head and whatever it is. And I'm going to show you my son, who's 21 years of age, massive darts fan. And he won a fancy dress competition on New Year's Eve as Michael Van Gerwen. And his girlfriend there, Grace Crawford, is Fallon Sherrock. And maybe, Tom, you have that picture of the two of them together comparing. Do we or don't we? No? Oh. No. There's a split screen one. No, I don't think he has it. Anyway, there is. So I'm showing the real Fallon and the real Michael there as well. Oh, here we go. No, you haven't go. No, you haven't got it. Anyway, you get the idea. It's all the rage. Let me ask you, Chris. Do you get injuries? I mean, Paul was talking to you there about practice and putting the time in and whatever. Do you know the way in tennis you would get tennis elbow and whatever? Is there a darts equivalent?
Yeah, I suppose I've had repetitive strain where you're throwing your arm through the air all the time, you know, 4 hours a day can take its toll. I seem to find when you're playing bad, you probably do more damage to your arm because they're not smooth. You more jerk your arm when you're throwing it. So yeah, as long as that stays at bay, I suppose I suffer with sort of tennis elbow a little bit, and then it drifts down into the wrist, you know, when I've got that. But I've been pretty immaculate this year and stayed off of it, so very grateful.
And Rob, what is that atmosphere in Ali Pali like?
Do you know, it's the most incredible thing what you ever feel, you know. I've always said on walk-ons and walking out, I can't get that buzz anywhere else sometimes in life, you know. The crowd, they're amazing. They picked me up yesterday when I needed it the most at 4-0 and started singing and getting involved and really helped me yesterday. I'm pretty sure, though, I'm going to be not the crowd favourite tonight.
Well, look, we wish you the luck. We wish you the best of luck. May the best man win. Next step will be the final. Rob, really appreciate you taking time and speaking to us today on our humble little programme, which only attracts the biggest of stars.
Absolutely.
Here, like that.
Thank you very much for having me.
Good luck, Rob. Thanks, Rob. Good luck.
Cheers.
Thank you very much.
My loyalties are split now. I was all about
told
Luke.
You. Yeah.
And now
he's a lovely fella.
I'm not 100% abandoning Luke, but yeah, he was lovely.
Do you know why it's called the Voltage? His nickname is the Voltage. It's because he was an electrician. And so he is the Voltage. So that's what we expect.
Let's see what voltage is up there in the sky.
It's going to be electric.
Exactly.
Jonathan Voltage.
Very good.
Thank you, everybody.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. I'm Jonathan Vautry here with your GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. Today is set to be a widely wet one across the UK, all due to low pressure that is very much in charge of our weather. Several weather fronts streaming their way in, and that will be providing plenty of outbreaks of rain. This first one across parts of Scotland, falling as snow over higher ground areas, eventually stalling across parts of Orkney and the north of the Highlands. More wet weather in from the southwest, covering the vast majority of England and Wales, spreading its way into parts of South East Northern Ireland as well. Could be some localised disruption and flooding in places, so do continue to take care. There will be some very strong winds around as well, particularly across the southern half of England and Wales and for northeastern areas of Scotland as well, so that's going to take the edge off the temperatures. Into this evening and overnight, the rain will persist across the northeast, but elsewhere it will eventually clear its way off, and we'll see a mixture of clear spells and blustery showers pushing their way in from the west. With a few more clearer breaks here and there tonight compared to last night, it will just be a touch cooler and fresher, but certainly frost-free for the vast majority of us. Wednesday then turns into a day of showers streaming their way in on very brisk westerly winds. Some bright interludes to watch out for, particularly for eastern areas. Temperatures again ranging generally between 7 and 13 degrees Celsius, but where you are exposed to those brisk winds, it is going to feel that bit nippier out and about. Temperatures
2024, a battleground year.
The year the nation decides.
As the parties gear up their campaigns for the next general election.
Who will be left standing when the British people make one of the biggest decisions of their lives?
Who will rise?
And who will fall? Let's find out together.
For every moment, the highs, the lows, the twists and turns.
We'll be with you for every step of this journey.
In 2024, GB News is Britain's election channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Wake up to the headlines with headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamonn.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6 is Breakfast with Eamonn and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. The Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
When the news happens, it happens here.
And really important breaking news.
Breaking news this morning.
On TV, radio and online, the news starts here on Britain's Newsroom.
All the biggest stories and the answers that you need from across the UK and beyond.
Join Britain's Newsroom from 9:30 on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
A very good morning to you. It's 9 o'clock on Tuesday, the 2nd of January. Happy New Year. You're watching Breakfast with Eamonn Holmes and Isabel Webster.
Welcome on board, and these are the stories that we have been covering on the programme so far this morning. It seems like good news in immigration for the Prime Minister, but is it really? A backlog of tens of thousands of asylum cases have finally been processed, while the number of migrant boat crossings are down. But is that just due to the weather?
Rishi Sunak's pledge to fix the NHS remains broken. Britain experiences a record number of excess deaths as junior doctors are preparing to strike again. Medical leaders have warned that this will be the most difficult start to a year in NHS history.
It's a year of elections. Drama expected on both sides of the pond as Rishi Sunak tries to hang on and Donald Trump claims he's being pushed out. Our political editor Christopher Hope preparing for a busy year.
Will the PM go for May this year or maybe November? Wait and see. Find out what I think shortly.
And don't go anywhere, as we'll be hearing from the Home Secretary, James Cleverly, in the next few minutes.
And we're going to hear from Jonathan Vaultry right now.
2024 has quickly brought in a widely wet and windy theme. Outbreaks of rain for many of us today. Join me later for the full weather details.
As to what you want to talk about, you've been getting in touch all morning on the screen, how you continue to do that. We're talking about driving licences for the elderly. Diane says many 90-year-olds may not be driving but keep their licence for ID as they may not have a passport. Derek says he lives in Spain now. Licences are renewed after medical every 10 years for young drivers and drops down to 3 years as people get older.
We've also been talking this morning about the claims from the government about clearing the backlog, and this is from Nick in Surrey. I think people in this country are brainwashed. They believe everything the government says. And lots of people basically questioning just exactly what they mean by clearing the backlog. We will try to get to the bottom of that when we speak to the Home Secretary himself.
I wonder, do people believe everything the government says, or would the government like them to believe everything they say? It's like these figures today about migration. It just doesn't fit with me, and you can interpret it in many, many different ways. But do you believe, or are you not a believer, as it turns out? As the monkeys said, I'm a believer.
So we have a big election year ahead of us, and we have it on good authority from the Prime Minister himself. He told GB News that there will be a general election later this year. And, well, we're just 2 days into 2024 and we're getting, he's getting good headlines on his pledge to tackle illegal crossings.
Other promises, not so sure, with warnings this morning. The NHS faces its most difficult start to the year in its whole history.
Well, let's speak to our political editor, Christopher Hope. Christopher, it's going to be an incredibly busy year for you, not to mention all of the politicians as well, possible elections here and in the States and the consequences of that. But let's talk about, shall we, just how the government wants to frame 2024. They're coming out with this big claim. Lots of people sceptical about whether or not this is smoke and mirrors this morning. What's your assessment of this claim that the government have suddenly cleared the backlog of asylum seekers?
Yeah, well, they have certainly looked at those legacy cases that were there before June 2022. There are around 4,500 hard-to-deal-with cases that need extra work. But I'm sure James Cleverly shortly on our channel will be saying that they have done what they said they would do, which is review these cases. Of course, that doesn't take into account this number is always being topped up by new arrivals. The backlog is now down to 98,000 from 125,000. That's not the historic ones that predate Mr. Sunak becoming Prime Minister. But the point of all these numbers flying about is you've got a Prime Minister who is good at numbers, good at dealing with issues as he sees them when they come along. But the question is he nimble-footed enough to fight a general election and beat Keir Starmer and try and take down that large Labour lead? There's lots of speculation right now about a May general election because of this March budget, when we do expect them to try and cut taxes, not least because when Sunak was Chancellor, he said he would cut income tax in April 2024 by 1p. Well, that's a baseline. I think many people expect them to go much further than that. The speculation in today's papers, they might try and fight the election on a 5-year tax-cutting plan. There's no question that election fever will hit Westminster this week. We're expecting both speeches from both Starmer and Sunak on Thursday, looking into votes on the Rwanda plan as soon as next week. So I think very quickly we'll be up and running on election fever.
I've said it lots of times on this programme, Christopher, and I still maintain, look, I'm no political advisor, I've never been asked to do that sort of job. But it seems to me that Rishi Sunak setting out his pledges this time last year was such a politically naive move from him. And I think making my predictions beginning of the year, we can all speculate, it's lots to think about this year. But I suspect we're going to see perhaps an attempt from him and his team to move away from the discussion around illegal crossings and actually say, hey, you know what? That's a tiny fraction of the problem when it comes to net migration. Have a look at this figure. And he's going to try and focus on that and perhaps might have more success there.
I think you're totally right, Isabel. I think the problem with the 5 targets set out a year ago were they were a repeated reminder of government failures. So cutting inflation, cutting NHS waiting lists, growing the economy, all these ideas that they almost drew attention to the government's failures. Now, if that had been Boris Johnson, his allies tell me, they would never have gone for that. He'd have picked 5 ideas, 5 moonshots to talk about to try and lift the horizons of the British people. Instead, Mr. Sunak referred to problems and how we're fixing them. The problem was that became the way the government was judged throughout the year, and they were always reminding about government failures. But on migration, you're totally right. The issue of the Mrs. Cleverly will tell you, won't he, about how net migration is down by a third. I think, illegal migration down by a third, but net migration, I think, as you say, should fall from the record 745,000 this year to maybe half that, because you don't want to have this big numbers from Hong Kong nationals settling here, those from Ukraine fleeing the war. Now, I think that number could fall through the year, and that's why I do think the election will be in November this year, not in May.
OK, Chris, thank you very much. Mystic Hope there with his prediction for the elections. Thank you. You haven't got the lottery numbers for Saturday night, have you? Thank you, Chris. Let's get more on this Home Office claim that the backlog of asylum seekers is going down. Here's Brookhouse Asylum Processing Centre. Our man there, Ray Addison. Ray, tell us more. I'm sure he'd love to tell us more, but we have a wee problem
It's right
there.
next to Gatwick Airport, and I'm sure it's all those planes interfering.
It's easier to get across the channel than it is to link from here to Brookhouse or whatever it is. Well, but anyway, we've been talking to a lot of people about the immigration situation today, and here's what one of the immigration lawyers, Ivan Sampson, who we spoke to, had to say on all of this.
First of all, the asylum backlog is entirely within the control of the Home Office, unlike the small boats. And they can say that it's not our fault, but I'm afraid this is their fault. The reality is that the numbers in the backlog, it's the highest it's ever been since records began in 2010. And the government has consistently made undeliverable promises. Last year in December, Rishi Sunak made a grand speech in which he said he would reduce the backlog by the end of 2023. That didn't happen. Now, the reason the backlog's come down is actually thanks to Robert Jenrick, because in January 2022, he announced that he would be increasing the number of caseworkers by some 150%, and they're close to 2,500. And that takes time for those caseworkers to be trained, for them to start tackling the backlog. But now we're seeing the fruits of that decision by Robert Jenrick. So that's good news, but still only around 1% of small boats asylum seekers have been decided in 2023. And we're still at the highest level backlog, close to around 170,000 people are still waiting, with 80% having to wait longer than 6 months. So I'm afraid, yeah, it is good news that the backlog is coming down by a small amount, but unfortunately, we're still at the highest levels that we've ever been at.
We've been talking about this morning, and I understand that they've reduced the number of asylum claims that they have accepted, those people that they say that is a legitimate claim. A lot of our viewers and our audience will be pleased to hear that. What they are asking us this morning is what has happened to those people who have had their claims refused? Has anyone been deported, or is the taxpayer just paying for them and it's been counted in a different way?
Again, only 1% of people are actually deported. And the problem with the government is that if we don't know where they're from or there are no identity documents, what do we do with those individuals? You can't just send them to a country unless that country is willing to accept them. Countries like Syria, Iraq, where a lot of people are claiming to be from, we're not in any relationship with them that we can have arrangements. Like we did with Albania. That was a success. I have to give the government credit where credit's due.
Well, quick break now. We'll be back with the Home Secretary live on our breakfast show right after this.
Your weekend starts here with Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, 8 till 9 on GB News. Big stories, big guests and big laughs as we get you ready for a cracking weekend. That's Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan, Fridays 8 till 9 on GB News. Bring your own drinks, the admission's free.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens. With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to give you accurate reporting every day. When the news breaks, we'll be there with bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News,
the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So, send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. Tired of the usual focus-tested, pre-prepared Westminster runaround? Well, so am I.
So you want higher taxes?
Is your department to blame for this? Are you rethinking this policy? Every Sunday at 9:30, I'll be sitting down with those in power to get the truth about the issues affecting you.
Let's be honest, we've known about the cost pressures of this project for years, not months.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show with personality. On GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I think the most exciting bit for me is talking to people.
People who I think are ignored often by the major news channels. We're going to give news they want to hear. There's a voice there that needs to be heard. I think there's a chance here for a diversity of opinion to be expressed, which you don't find elsewhere. It's really exciting.
We don't hold back. We're free to say how decisions that are taken here
affect us all around the country. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Good afternoon, Britain. Join us, Tom and Emily,
To find out what's happening in the heart of Westminster.
and why it matters to you.
Weekdays from midday, we bring you the most compelling stories from across the United Kingdom.
And from your doorstep to our inbox.
That's right, we want to hear from you.
GB News,
Britain's news channel.
The Home Secretary, James Cleverly. We say good morning to him. And, Home Secretary, I can appreciate this has been a long morning for you, and you've had a lot of abuse hurled at you. And I suppose a lot of that, Home Secretary, is about this term, legacy figures, that some special advisor has said to you, look, here's how we just call the figures legacy figures, therefore then they've got nothing to do with us. It was all to do with Boris Johnson and Liz Truss.
No, this is about, Eamonn, good morning. This is about the applications that came in before we changed the criteria for which we assess asylum applications. So before the 28th of June 2022, they are being assessed under old, actually slightly more generous criteria. And we committed to processing all of those applications. We've done that. We completed that last year. The vast majority have had a final decision. A small number of the more complicated cases where there are disputes or maybe security concerns have still got a bit of further work. But we've done the processing of all those applications. And indeed, last year we processed 112,000 applications, both legacy and current. And we've got much slicker processes, so we'll be able to process much more quickly going into this year.
Forgive me to nitpick, but people at home will take this seriously. You know, you talk about the processing, and I understand that you've processed this 112,000 cases, but you're talking about some 4,500. Have we still got the Home Secretary there? We're talking about this 4,500 that are being reviewed. That's not clearing the backlog, is it? Just to be clear. You might process them.
The backlog were of of applications that hadn't been processed at all. And those people, we have a duty to house them, to support them financially. And that was one of the reasons why we had those asylum hotels. It was costing us a huge amount of money. So clearing that backlog, processing those applications is incredibly important. We have processed every single one of those applications. In the vast majority, a final decision has been made. And in a small number, there are complications. But the point is, we have now got a much, much faster process, which is why 50 hotels that were being used for housing asylum seekers are now being given back to the commercial world. So they can be put back into use as hotels. We're reducing the need to accommodate asylum seekers, and we'll be processing much more quickly going through 2024.
And you say that the vast majority of those decisions have been taken, and I understand it's 2/3 of those applications have been accepted. Can you tell me this morning how many of that 1/3 that have been rejected have so far been deported?
Well, last year we sent back over 22,000 people. The number of returns, both what we call voluntary returns, where we basically said to people, you have no right to be here, you need to leave. Those numbers have increased by 66%. And enforced returns, what people think of perhaps as deportation, it's not quite the same thing, but that's what people think of. Those have also increased by 2/3 as well.
But that's not telling me how many of the people that you've accepted, or sorry, the ones that you've rejected, how many of those have actually left the country, or are they all still here in the UK, is my point.
No, so whilst I can't say of any individual cohort, that's why I'm a bit uncomfortable saying of those people.
Okay.
But the fact is, we are now sending back 66% more people in 2023 than we did in 2022. We're reducing the number of people who are arriving here in the first place. We've reduced small boats arrivals by 36%. We're processing more quickly. So both on preventing people getting here, processing them quickly, sending them home, we're improving our performance in every single one of those areas of work.
But with all due respect, Home Secretary, the migrant always seems to hold the trump card, because if they don't have documentation that identifies them, then you can't send them back anywhere, can you?
Well, look, we recognise that there are people that try and game the system. Many of the people seeking asylum do so in the right way. Sadly, many of them don't. And indeed, the criminal gangs often coach people in how to try and game the system. But we're very, very conscious of that. We work very, very hard to validate claims. And we make sure that where people don't have a right to be here, we are returning them. And when the Rwanda scheme is in place, that's why I'm so committed to delivering on that, and the Illegal Migration Act is fully in force, anyone that comes here illegally will be removed either to their country of origin, if it's safe, or to a safe third country like Rwanda if their home country is not safe, putting an even greater disincentive for people trying to game the system.
But the bottom
part of a wider plan, and we are determined to crack down on it.
But the bottom line is you've just got to make it economically unviable. You've got to break the profit margin, the money-making margin in all of this for anything to be successful. Do you know how you would do that?
So, Eamonn, you are absolutely right. The sad truth is that for the people smugglers, these people, these asylum seekers, a number of them are economic migrants. They are just a product, and we have got to hit their business model, which is one of the reasons why we're working with the countries in Europe and including Turkey, where the boats and the engines are being smuggled through. We're addressing illegal payments. We are attacking the business model of these people smugglers. That's how we'll stop the boats. We'll stop the boats by making it impossible for these people smugglers to make money.
And I know you've made the claim this morning on the airwaves that you will have no migrant crossings by the end of 2024. Do you stand by that on GB News for us this morning?
Well, we are committed to stopping the boats. We are absolutely going to stop the boats. That's the commitment the Prime Minister made. We have seen real progress on this. And in fact, the figures overall last year are down by 36%. In the back half of last year, they're down by 44%. Sorry, 45%. So we're increasing the pace.
Well, also you saw bad weather.
We're determined to stop the boats.
I don't want to rain on your parade, if you'll forgive but you know, you can't deny, and this is not my words, this is not my opinion, this is what the Immigration Services Union have said, and this is what border staff have also said, is that those figures will rise next year.
So I hugely respect the union officials' job in representing the interests of their members. They are not the people on whom we rely for forecasts. And the point is, it is the hard work of Border Force officials and the National Crime Agency and the diplomats in Europe working together that have driven these figures down. And actually, the number of good sailing days, we call them, red days because they're the days of highest risk of people smuggling. Actually, this year was pretty much the same as last year. 106 days this year, 106 days in 2023, 102 days in 2022. So the weather is largely the same year on year. And of course, there's weather all across Europe, and in Europe, the numbers are up by 80%, just as we brought them down by 36% in the UK.
Can I just lastly ask you about the numbers of these people who've put in these applications, these asylum seekers, who have withdrawn from the system? That helps your figures significantly, but it doesn't help us here as a society. We don't know who we've got, where they've come from, whether they're a risk to us, where their accommodation is, what demand they're putting on the state. And that is a significant chunk, is it not, of this 112,000 cases that you've cleared?
No, so when an application is withdrawn for whatever reason, that person permanently loses the right to stay in the UK. That means they are no longer accommodated by the UK. There is no financial support to them. If they try and sneak into the illicit economy, we go looking for them, and when we find them, we remove them from the UK, and we've increased the number of enforcement raids where we go and look for people working illegally, and when we find them, we remove them from the.
When you find them, that's the key comment
not
there.
in the figures of people that we have to look at.
Home Secretary, we've got to remove you now at this stage.
Doing that.
OK, thank you very much indeed. The clock has beaten us, and thank you for this very, very busy day of making time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed.
Now, on a cheerier note, how would you like to win £10,000 in cash, some brand new tech and some shopping vouchers? I'm guessing that just like me, in January, that would be very handy indeed. Well, here's all the details of how you get involved in our great British giveaway.
It's the final week to see how you could be the winner of the Great British Giveaway. Your chance to grab 3 amazing prizes. First, there's £10,000 in tax-free cash to spend however you like. What would you spend that on? Next, you'll receive a brand new iPhone 15 Pro Max. And finally, we'll send you on a shopping spree with £500 worth of vouchers to spend in your favourite store. But hurry, as lines close at 5 p.m. on Friday. For another chance to win the iPhone, the vouchers and £10,000 cash, text GBWIN to 84902. Text costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or post your name and number to GB01, PO Box 8690, Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. this Friday. Full terms and privacy notice at gbnews.com/win. Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you for your company today. Really appreciate it. Andrew and Bev up next with Britain's Newsroom. But now, as we say goodbye to you, have a good day. And here's Jonathan Vautry to tell you all about the sunshine you'll not be able to bathe in.
Hello there, very good morning to you. I'm Jonathan Vautry here with your GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. Today is set to be a widely wet one across the UK, all due to low pressure that is very much in charge of our weather. Several weather fronts streaming their way in, and that will be providing plenty of outbreaks of rain. This first one across parts of Scotland, falling as snow over higher ground areas, eventually stalling across parts of Orkney and the north of the Highlands. More wet weather in from the southwest, covering the vast majority of England and Wales, spreading its way into parts of South East Northern Ireland as well. Could be some localised disruption and flooding in places, so do continue to take care. There will be some very strong winds around as well, particularly across the southern half of England and Wales and for northeastern areas of Scotland as well, so that's going to take the edge off the temperatures. Into this evening and overnight, the rain will persist across the northeast, but elsewhere it will eventually clear its way off, and we'll see a mixture of clear spells and blustery showers pushing their way in from the west. With a few more clearer breaks here and there tonight compared to last night, it will just be a touch cooler and fresher, but certainly frost-free for the vast majority of us. Wednesday then turns into a day of showers streaming their way in on very brisk westerly winds. Some brighter interludes to watch out for, particularly for eastern areas. Temperatures, again, ranging generally between 7 and 13 degrees Celsius, but where you are exposed to those brisk winds, it is going to feel that bit nippier out and about. Temperatures, though, will be trending downwards as we head throughout the rest of the week, turning colder by day and by night for all of us. Bye-bye.
GB News is Britain's news channel, and now you can support it. All you have to do is scan that QR code that's up on your screen right now, or you can go to gbnews.com/support and become a GB News member. You'll have fantastic benefits. We're also going to organise special events where you as GB News members can meet the presenters, the on-screen faces. Scan the QR code or go to gbnews.com/support. Thank you so much.
Big news, big debates, big opinion. Patrick Christie's Tonight is the week's biggest show. Every weekday, 9 to 11 p.m, we've got the inside track on the day's top stories. There'll be sharp takes you won't get anywhere else. We will set the news agenda, not just follow it, and I want to bring you along for the ride. Whatever it is, we'll have our finger on the pulse. It's news, but it's this close to entertainment. Patrick Christie's Tonight, 9 to 11 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
delicious?
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train. Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa!
Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamonn.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamonn and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Wake up to the headlines with Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. We treat you to the day's biggest stories before anyone else, 7 days a week. You can catch up on everything you need to know before you've even had your kippers. Headliners every morning at 5 a.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'd much rather hear what you have to say. So send in your opinions to gbviews@gbnews.com. Keep them clean, and you never know, I might read them out. With my panel here on Jubes & Co, we debate, we get stuck into the issues of the day on a show where all views are welcome, especially yours. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Have a great Saturday night with me, Leo Curse, on the Saturday Night Showdown. It's a crazy world out there, so come and make fun of it with me, my panel of comedians, and a couple of people who actually know what they're talking about. The Saturday Night Showdown is your front row ticket to the clown show every Saturday, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning, it's 9:30 on Tuesday, the 2nd of January. This is Britain's Newsroom on GB News with me, Andrew Pearce, and Bev Turner.
Asylum seekers' backlog slashed, is it? Rishi Sunak has claimed to have cleared the backlog, despite Labour saying this is not entirely true. Our reporter, Ray Addison, is in Gatwick.
I'm live outside the Brookhouse Immigration Removal Centre in Gatwick as Labour warns that the government's asylum figures simply don't add up.
And Tory rallying call. The former Brexit Secretary David Davis has written an open letter to all Conservative MPs on why they can still win the next general election. He'll join us shortly.
And great British success, 16-year-old Luke Littler stormed through to the PDC World Darts Championship semi-finals last night. He's back in action tonight. Good luck, Luke.
And Japan plane in flames. In some breaking news, the Japan Airlines plane was in flames as it landed on a runway at Tokyo's Haneda Airport. We'll bring you the latest.
And is this metaverse madness? The police are investigating an alleged rape in the metaverse. That's right, a virtual reality world for the first time after a child was apparently attacked while playing a video game. Is this a good use of the police's time? And yes, you did hear that last story correctly. 2024 has got off to quite an interesting start in terms of the digital world. I shouldn't laugh, but I'm sorry, I can't take it particularly serious. There's two cartoon characters we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. And can't you just turn the machine off?
Yes, you can. Let us know your thoughts this morning. gbviews@gbnews.com is the email address. First, though, your very latest news with Tatiana Sanchez.
Bev, thank you very much. First, to some breaking news. A plane has been seen on fire at Tokyo's International Airport. Local media reports show the aircraft travelling down the runway engulfed by fire. The extraordinary scenes are taking place at Haneda Airport just outside Tokyo, with witnesses saying the Japan Airlines plane exploded into flames. Roughly 400 people on board have evacuated. This is a developing story. We'll bring you more as we get it. The Prime Minister praised relentless action for clearing the asylum backlog, though critics say the government is fiddling the figures. The number of asylum decisions made last year was the highest since 2002, as the government insists its commitment to clear the number of legacy claims has been delivered. But Labour says the claims are false, while reports suggest a reduced figure is in part due to some legacy cases being moved to another category. The NHS will be stretched even further tomorrow as junior doctors walk out in the health service's longest strike ever. An unprecedented 6 days of industrial action comes as the NHS faces one of its busiest periods. Cases of flu and other winter illnesses are up, as are staff absences due to COVID. Bosses say it could be one of the most difficult starts to the year the NHS has ever faced. The BMA union wants junior doctors to receive a 35% pay rise, which would restore their real earnings to levels seen in 2008. The government says the demands are unaffordable. The number of people crossing the English Channel in small boats has fallen for the first time since 2015. New figures show the total number of arrivals last year was down by 36% compared to the year before. For the first time in 5 years, no Channel crossings took place on Christmas Eve, Christmas Day or Boxing Day. However, the new figure is still the second highest on record and remains above levels seen in 2021. And those rescue efforts are continuing in Japan after a powerful earthquake on New Year's Day. Nearly 50 people were killed when the quake hit the Noto Peninsula in the Sea of Japan. Residents in some areas were forced to flee as tsunami waves hit the west coast, sweeping cars and houses into the water. Around 3,000 army officers, firefighters and police officers have been deployed to the affected area. You can get more on all of those stories by visiting our website, gbnews.com. Now back to Andrew and Beth.
Very good morning. Happy New Year to you if you're just tuning in for the first time. The Christmas tree's gone, I notice.
It has.
Has your Christmas tree gone?
Yes. No, sort of. I didn't put one up.
Mine's pot. Oh.
I didn't put one up, but yeah.
That's unusual. Why?
Yeah, it's just because, and because I wasn't there much, and but the Christmas baubles are still there. And the
Good
Christmas
to know.
cards. Well, that's January the 6th is the Feast of the Epiphany. That's the 12th day of Christmas. It'll all come down then.
Well, mine's looking very sad. I've taken off all the baubles, but the tree is just sort of sat there because then I'll miss the day when the council come and pick them up, etc. But anyway,
So,
right.
Big story, and it's a big story in a number of ways because the police, can you believe this? They're investigating the first case of alleged rape in the metaverse after a child was attacked. You've got it, in a virtual reality video game.
That's right. The girl is apparently under the age of 16 and she's said to have been left distraught after her avatar, so that's her digital character. It could have looked human or it could have been, you know, an octopus with 16 tentacles, whatever, was gang raped by a group of online strangers.
So a spokesman for Meta, which runs the free online VR game Horizon World, said the kind of behaviour described has no place on our platform, which is why for all users we have an automatic protection called personal boundary, which keeps people you don't know a few feet away from you.
Is this a good use of police time? Honestly, when you think what we might have been discussing on our first show back together in 2024, this would not have been at the top of the list, but it's absolutely insane.
Well, it's not a good use of police time when the number of convictions for rape in this country have fallen to an historic all-time low. That's women who have genuinely been raped by a man. I know sometimes rape is against a man, but rape, it is a shameful record we have in this country. And yet now we discover the police are poking their nose into the
metaverse. At the moment, lawyers are saying, well, there's been no case for any sort of conviction. You can't even call it rape. There's no actual penetration. You wear this headset.
Well, she wasn't assaulted, was she?
No. Well, this is the thing. So you wear a headset. So if you don't know what we're talking about, you wear a headset and it looks very realistic. Some people, and hopefully the 16-year-old girl is not one of those, or under 16, will have gloves that mean you feel sensations and you can touch people in the metaverse and you would maybe feel a vibration in your hands. But the idea that any of that can be compared to rape in real life is just madness, and we need to call it out for what it is. My 12-year-old and I were discussing this morning, and she said, "Mummy, just take off the headset. And I thought sometimes it takes a child
yeah.
to make you realise where the common sense is.
It's almost like a bad dream, isn't it? I mean, I don't do any of this stuff. Obviously, I'm far too old. Don't understand
You
any
can't
of
do
it
your parking
anyway.
app.
No, but if you have a bad dream, what do? You wake yourself up and get out of the dream. It ends.
The question is as well, if this child is genuinely claiming to be traumatised by this, how much time was that child spending in that alternative parallel universe, that she'd obviously lost the distinction between the real world and the virtual world? And that's poor parenting, isn't it?
Well, I'd have said, I mean, it goes back to the old issue, doesn't it? How much time do you allow your kids on these devices, and do you regulate them? Do you know what they're doing, and do you know who they're talking to and who they're playing with?
Yeah.
Pardon the expression.
But I think the key point is that people are taking this seriously today. I mean, it's on the front page of your newspaper.
We are.
And I think that's important that it is, because if this has been taken to such a level that the police are involved, it is important that we shine a light on the ludicrousy of the police being involved in this.
But we've talked to Professor Peter Summer, who's an expert witness in cases involving digital and cyber evidence, and he says he's given evidence in many cases, from hacking to cyber fraud, corruption, harassment, child sexual exploitation and murder. He says it can be very distressing for a child to have to give evidence in a sex assault case. Well, a child hasn't been sexually assaulted here.
No. So it is the cartoon character has been assaulted by a cartoon character. My mind is just blown. I'm sorry that life is coming to this. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. Let us know what you think. gbnews@gbnews.com. As long as they don't use it to push through this idea that you can't have anonymity online, that's where I think this is going.
Well, we don't know. Now, we're going to cross live now to Tokyo, because you've heard in the headlines there is a plane on fire on the runway at an airport in Tokyo. You can see it now. If you're listening on the radio, the plane is stationary on the runway. Lots of emergency service vehicles nearby, and there's pools of black smoke emerging from the plane. It's Tokyo's Haneda Airport. We're trying to find out more about the plane, where it had been, if it was presumably a passenger plane.
There's some speculation at the moment that the plane may have collided with another aircraft after landing at Haneda. There are passengers apparently still on board that aeroplane. It's also reported that it's taken off from Hokkaido. And the footage was on the broadcaster NHK, I guess that's a local Japanese station. It showed flames coming out of the windows of the aircraft and beneath it, and the runway itself has actually also been set alight.
Well, we'll keep you up to date on that, and hopefully the threat to life will be limited. But the emergency services are there. That is a plane in a ball of flames as it landed on the runway at Tokyo's Haneda Airport, and that happened earlier. Now, the former Brexit Secretary, David Davis, no stranger to this programme, has called for unity in the Tory party as the general election approaches. And he's done it in the form of a stirring letter to every single Tory MP and minister.
That's right. And Sir David Davis joins us now. Good morning. Good morning, David. Here he is. He will be here in just a moment.
He's in his Yorkshire constituency, which is why we haven't got him in the studio with us. There he is.
Good morning.
My wife doesn't allow us to take it down until the 6th of January. So.
Quite right. Quite right.
Happy New Year to you, David, as well. Happy New Year and congratulations on your knighthood that you received this year as well. This letter that you've written, this open letter on Andrew Pearce's page in the Daily Mail, of course, this morning, why did you feel the need to express these sentiments and tell our viewers what you've said?
Well, it came to a head, really, during the latter part of the Rwanda debate, when just about everybody in the political sphere seemed to be assuming we were going to get slaughtered next year in next year's general election, and a number of my younger colleagues were saying to me, "What's this like? Is this like '92 or '97?" And so on. Now, look, I've fought 10 parliamentary elections, 9.
Oh, I think we've lost David. Have we lost David? He's frozen. I think we've lost him for a moment. We'll try and get him back.
We'll go back to him.
This kind of tells you about our technological world, doesn't it? On one end, you've got the police investigating sexual assault online, and on the other end, in 2024, we can't always get a Wi-Fi signal that lasts.
And David was saying he's on his 10th general election, and he was making the point in that letter, which Have we got him back?
No.
And he was making the point that if you go back to 1986, Mrs Thatcher was absolutely at death's door politically. They had the row over the Weston's helicopter company. Michael Heseltine quit the cabinet. She allowed the Americans to bomb bomb bases in Libya.
And it's an election year, and it all really matters. And we are going to be talking about it between now and midday. But we do want to catch up with this story. Charlie Peters has joined us in the studio. So a Japan Airlines plane, Charlie. What's going on? It was looking at the pictures here. It's absolutely ablaze. What's happened?
Well, this plane is just 2 years old, an Airbus A350-900, a very modern plane, and it landed within the last hour, 22 minutes late, and reports are coming out just in the last few minutes that it was possibly involved in a collision with a Coast Guard vehicle on the runway. Right. Now, initially, we've heard that all 400 people have been evacuated from this aircraft. As you can see on the screens now, and for those listening, it is totally engulfed in flames. The footage in the last 5 minutes, we did see the tail of the plane collapsing on the runway as flames moved throughout. And the original footage of the explosion does appear to show flames erupting at the front of the aircraft before taking over the rest of the vehicle. And this flight only took off this morning in the afternoon in Japan, about an hour and a half away from its final destination there in Tokyo. But it took off in Hokkaido, the North Island. It's a short flight, an internal flight with 400 people on board. This is a popular journey, of course, into the airport. This is the biggest airport in Japan, and it's facing a scene of absolute crisis.
And what do we know about the people on board yet, Charlie? Have we got anybody off?
Very little information so far, but all of the slides on the plane have visibly been deployed, which does suggest that evacuation measures were taken. Still waiting for further information, but we believe that 400 people were on board at the time.
And confirmation, of course, Japan's not having a good 2024.
No.
Their earthquake yesterday, actually 48 people confirmed dead in that earthquake yesterday. At one point, it looked like that death toll from yesterday was going to be much higher than that. Hopefully, this is another instance where the loss of life has been significantly less than might have been expected based on the pictures that we're seeing here, which is extraordinary.
That plane is absolutely ablaze from top to bottom.
And parts of the runway were also set alight from this explosion, which does suggest that, of course, fuel is a key part of the causing of this inflammation of the entire aircraft. So as that spreads, we're seeing footage now of people moving around the aircraft attempting to put out that flame, but it has totally captured the entirety of the aircraft. And as that fuel obviously moves onto the runway, we can expect more of that tarmac to catch ablaze and more of those vehicles rushing to try and put out that fire. But people yet were involved in reports initially suggesting that the aircraft was involved in a collision when it landed 22 minutes late and possibly involved in a collision there, which could have set up a rupture inside.
We've all been on planes at that moment when you land and then you taxi, and it's quite remarkable that more collisions don't happen. I've often thought, I've been on the plane, that they do a very good job of making sure that collisions don't occur at that sort of time. We're just looking at the live pictures here of this plane absolutely alive.
And presumably full of fuel, Charlie.
Full of fuel.
And hence why it's an inferno.
Yeah, and there are reports by NHK television, Japanese television, that all of the passengers and crew on the burning plane have been successfully evacuated. So that's just breaking now. All nearly 380 passengers reportedly evacuated, but we're waiting for further information on that situation because clearly it is a scene of grave devastation. But all passengers appear to have survived this collision, this reported collision, and then significant explosion on the aircraft in Japan's biggest airport.
And as you say, Reuters are now reporting that the Japan Airlines flight may have crashed with a Japanese Coast Guard plane that was also on the runway.
So what we can see is the main plane, Charlie. What about the Coast Guard plane?
Yeah, no information there. It's unclear if that collision took place at the scene we're looking at now, or if it was a collision and then the aircraft continued to move away from the scene before this explosion took place. Of course, it's completely possible that the collision broke something internally which set off that explosion, because the original footage of this flame starting appears to show an explosion from inside the aircraft, at the front of the aircraft. It hasn't started you know, towards the middle or the rear. So if there was a collision, we'll wait to see how that's affected.
And only two, did you say only 2 years old, this plane, Charlie?
Just 2 years, delivered 2 years ago to Japan Airlines.
What an extraordinary success story of evacuation of the passengers, though, because if it was taxiing and they managed to deploy the chutes that will get you off the plane, you know, when they always say remove your high heels, those chutes, and they've managed to get all of those people off because it was clearly burning almost from the moment of impact, it would appear. And they've obviously managed to get off all of those passengers. Hopefully all of the crew as well, we think, has been confirmed. Then
Japan's Coast Guard has just said that one of its aircraft may have collided with a Japan Airlines A350 aircraft. That's the aircraft that you're seeing on your screens now at Tokyo's airport. And there's further information coming out just now, unconfirmed, that the aircraft which collided with the plane was a relatively large Dash 8 plane. So not a small craft for dealing with.
So issues there over air traffic control, because how do you have a collision?
Well, this is, of course, a country in crisis, as you mentioned, with the earthquake taking place. Recently, the Coast Guard invariably heavily involved with that situation. So this will be a country on high alert. Its emergency services, air, sea and land, active for that process. And so some degree of confusion there, relatively likely, particularly in the largest airport in the country.
That's such a good point, Charlie, because, of course, as we say, there was the earthquake yesterday, a significant earthquake in Japan yesterday, which will have scrambled the emergency services. And this could end up, I suppose, being one of those incidents which happens in the aftermath of another catastrophe because of the overstretched emergency services there on the scenes at the time. We think it's about 400 people. If you're just tuning in, we're looking at the images here of a Japanese Airlines plane that is in flames at Haneda Airport. There were roughly 400 people on board. All of them, we believe, were evacuated.
Dramatic images of them, in fact, seen fleeing the plane, according to the broadcaster NHK, but they all managed to escape, which is extraordinary. I mean, you wouldn't have thought so. Looking at that plane, which is on fire from top to toe, from beginning to end, they must have got that very quickly. Charlie, fascinating. We'll continue to monitor what's happening there. I think we can go to Simon Calder, I think, can we? We can't go to Simon Calder. We'll stay with Charlie.
I'm just thinking about the ramifications of this now as well, of course. The world is sort of coming back into business at the start of January. This is going to close this airport, I would imagine, for several days, if not weeks.
That's right. And if reports are confirmed true about this Dash 8 aircraft, this Coast Guard vehicle colliding on the runway with this Airbus A350-900, that would, of course, be extremely surprising. I mean, it's a large aircraft. It's a propeller-powered aircraft. It's commonly used by both passengers and Coast Guards, and like even the Dutch Coast Guard uses as well. Over 1,000 of this aircraft have been built. They've flown millions of hours without incident. And so if it is a collision on the runway, as you said, Andrew, it's likely to be human error or some traffic control crisis there, because collisions on runways are extremely rare. Usually, if there's an explosion on an aircraft after landing, it's due to collisions or issues with the landing process itself, not due to other aircraft on the runway.
The flames are so intense, the plane is now snapped in half. Extraordinary.
But the tail fell off on the rear of the aircraft about 10 minutes ago. It was a live shot we saw before we came on air, so totally destroying the structure of the aircraft and causing it to fall apart. But as we said, the explosion did start at the front of the aircraft.
That, Charlie, that everybody got off alive.
Yes, 380 up to 400 passengers successfully evacuated. But these are extremely modern aircraft. As I said, delivered just 2 years ago, according to the flight tracker that I checked earlier. And they do have the most modern evacuation systems. Those slides move quickly, and you can imagine the mode for dealing with this sort of process is slow, is smooth, and smooth is fast. You don't rush an evacuation. But you can imagine when that fire erupted at the front of the aircraft, everyone on board was pretty keen to get to those slides right away. But according to the reports, it has been successful, which is a remarkable outcome.
Yeah. We're looking at the live footage here, obviously, from Japan. There are some pictures emerging online at the moment of impact, and it appears to almost burst into flames as soon as the two airlines collide. How on earth did they manage to get all of those people off in the middle of a raging inferno? As you say, they must have... I guess this is very reassuring in some ways, this story, because it does show that modern aircraft have excellent safety evacuation
But
systems.
terrifying for the passengers in the process. Terrifying.
No, especially if you can, look out the window, see flames erupting. Some of the footage earlier saw flames not just engulfing the aircraft, actually spreading outside the aircraft. It does suggest, obviously, an engine problem where the bulk of the fuel is being used, and that spreading onto the runway, bursting out of the windows where people were sat.
All the more reason when they go through that evacuation procedure on that plane, we all read our books and look out the window, you should flipping well listen, because it would have been essential today to save those 367 passengers that they knew exactly what they were doing, because those flames ripped through that plane so quickly.
Flying is the safest form of travel, but when it goes wrong, it goes extremely wrong. And this is very much a clear example of that taking place. I know it's an enormous relief, a tremendous relief, according to those initial reports, that all people have been evacuated safely, but they're doing so at a time of enormous danger.
Yeah, I imagine the Japanese Prime Minister will be out making a statement quite soon, because we heard from him yesterday over the earthquake. It's all happening on his watch.
Yeah. If you're just tuning in and you're looking at these pictures here, let's just recap for you what has happened. This is an airliner carrying 367 passengers. It exploded at an airport near Tokyo. And, of course, this comes just a day after that brutal 7.6 magnitude earthquake along Japan's west coast of yesterday. The jet, you can see there, absolutely engulfed in this raging inferno, sat on the runway at Haneda Airport. This is in Ota City in Tokyo. Absolutely extraordinary scenes. You can see the impact there. I think it's the first time we've seen that.
Seeing it erupt in flames.
And the flames are instant and intense. I would be genuinely fascinated to know how they managed to get all those passengers off there safely. I wonder if that initial, maybe the initial explosion we see there is on the stationary plane, the Coast Guard's plane, which perhaps didn't have any passengers on it, may have just been parked there. And they've obviously managed to drive the plane, to taxi the plane down the runway.
And it's now like a raging inferno. There's no other way to describe it. Extraordinary.
Well, this airport, Haneda Airport, is on the coast. So you'd expect significant Coast Guard activity there. Several planes likely to be involved, of course, in that recent earthquake reaction operation. So scrambled, no doubt, on high alert to deal with that problem. And no doubt, of course, an extremely busy time for the airport. And also, let's not forget, they're landing at night. They're landing after the sunset. All of these sorts of operations are more difficult, especially in the dark.
Now,
how's your Japanese, Andrew?
Not great, actually. That, I suspect, is a spokesman at the airport speaking. We could just hear a little of that. But we haven't got him.
This is I believe it's the live footage from the national broadcaster in Japan. Just extraordinary images there.
Japan Airlines have said in the last few moments, we are currently assessing the extent of the damage, according to HNK, the national broadcaster in Japan. But this flight, it took off from the North Island at 4 p.m. local time, landing at 5:40 local time. So it took off at 7 a.m. UK time. So a very recent explosion happening just in the last 40 minutes. You can already see some of the flames now turning into embers, but still raging on at this time.
I'm just looking on Twitter here because, of course, in these days of everybody's a journalist, there is some footage on Twitter. There's a video that's been posted from inside the aeroplane of passengers surrounded by thick smoke. We will try and bring you that if we can, of course. We're just looking at the live pictures here from the national broadcaster. But from the pictures that I'm seeing here, the plane was filled with smoke. People have got their masks on, which is often normal anyway in Japan. Go on, Charlie.
We have an update also now from NHK, the national broadcaster in Japan, now saying that 5 crew members of the Coast Guard plane are unaccounted for after the explosion at the Tokyo airport, but the captain has survived. That's just a report at this stage from NHK. No word yet on the status of the crew, but 5 unaccounted for. The captain reportedly did survive in that collision and then explosion. As you said, Andrew, it's not yet clear at this time if that explosion was from the Coast Guard plane, that Dash 8, well over 1,000 of these built, or if it was the Airbus A350, the 900 variant that you're seeing on your screens now, again, just 2 years old. By far a more modern plane, the plane that we're seeing, where some 400 people have reportedly been successfully evacuated, very modern, in routine global service, and, as we said earlier, has all of the latest evacuation and safety features. Those slides, all of them, we did see them deployed before we came on air. By contrast, the Dash 8 is an older aircraft. It is significantly smaller than the craft it's reportedly collided in. It's powered by a propeller on the engine, not the kind of the jet engine style that we saw kind of covered in flames now. So they are vastly different aircraft in terms of size, power, and also modernity. This aircraft we're seeing on the screen, the passenger aircraft, is a far more up-to-date and potentially safer variant.
Yeah. No doubt, with these days of mobile phones, there will be more footage emerging from inside the aeroplane. But the image that I'm just able to look at here on my computer, and I'm sorry, we will try and bring this to you when we can, is from inside the aeroplane as it was taxiing and moving, and it's still moving significantly quickly. And the plane is full of smoke, and the passengers, I don't want to turn the audio on, obviously, but the passengers all looking relatively calm, has to be said, and then jumping up and making their way over to the doors where they obviously were able to escape. It's an extraordinary success story.
Really,
400 passengers were saved.
They've
Terrible.
They've done it. It's textbook, isn't it? To have got rid of, to got everybody out and the crew. Although it does appear that the Coast Guard plane wasn't quite the same. We're going to stay with this story because this plane is continuing to the blaze is raging on that plane. We're going to be joined now by the travel expert Paul Charles. Who I think's joined us. Paul, good morning.
Good morning. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, Paul. I can't remember the last time we've seen anything quite so dramatic in one of our modern airports.
No, this is remarkable. What's most remarkable here is, if it's true, that 370 or so crew and passengers have been safely evacuated from that aircraft. When you look at the images that have been coming through, you wonder how anybody has been able to get out of this A350. But obviously, a lot of the pictures that we've been seeing were taken initially some minutes after the incident. And those critical minutes when the plane landed and seemingly crashed into another aircraft were vital in terms of getting people down those slides off the modern A350 and through to safety. So if that's true, it will be a remarkable New Year story.
Charles, I don't know how, Paul, sorry, I don't know how familiar you are with Tokyo, but what is this? How busy is this airport? I would imagine significantly busy, particularly at a time when they're recovering from the earthquake yesterday. They will have an awful lot to deal with today.
Yes, there are two airports in Tokyo, two international airports, Narita and Haneda. Haneda has been getting much busier, taking some traffic away from Narita in recent years. But it is one of the busiest airports, obviously, in Japan, in the capital. And Haneda was a focal point for some of the rescue efforts. So a lot of aircraft were coming into Haneda in the last 24 hours to help with the rescue efforts from the earthquake that Japan sadly experienced 24 hours ago. It remains to be seen, but if the A350 from Japan Airlines collided with this Dash 8 aircraft from the Japanese Coast Guard, then it could be, and we don't know for sure, that Coast Guard aircraft was only there because of the earthquake. And we remain, to be seen what information we get through about that collision if it happened.
I was just saying earlier that, well, we've all sat on the airplanes and we've come down from a flight and you sort of breathe that sigh of relief that you've landed safely. And yet there is that moment when you're taxiing across the runway, which can feel a bit tense at times. You're in an enormous vehicle moving across the tarmac. In some ways, it's surprising that these sort of collisions don't happen more often. I guess it's normally organised down to the last second.
Well, let's face it, the A350, which we're looking at here, the Airbus A350, is one of the safest aircraft flying. Last year was the safest on record for the number of incidents which occurred where people passed away. So, aviation is becoming safer if you look at the statistics. And it's incredible when you look at these pictures that everybody seemingly got off safely and has survived this. And that is an indication of how well designed these modern aircraft are these days. I mean, the Airbus A350 is pretty well the most modern aircraft flying. There are I think 15 of them in the Japan Airlines fleet. Japan Airlines has about 145 aircraft in total in its fleet, the majority of which are Boeing aircraft. But it has about 15 A350s which it's flying. And this was flying from Sapporo to Haneda. It was pretty well full with those 380 people on board. And it's an indication actually of how safe and how well trained the crew are and how impressive those aircraft are, that everybody was able to be taken off. When you look at some of these earlier pictures, which are distressing, of the aircraft coming down the runway, having seemingly collided with a smaller plane, my first reaction when I saw it was, how on earth will anybody have got out of this? To see that 380 people or so seemingly have been evacuated safely is quite remarkable.
Paul, we were almost making light of it, but we often, when we go on a plane, we all sleep through or talk through or read a book when the flight assistants take us through the safety procedure. But when something like this happens, you realise how important it is that we know exactly what we need to do.
Yes, I mean, we do ignore some of those training videos that we see on board, or indeed the safety videos and the safety messages, and it just proves how vital they are. That you follow them. For those who fly regularly, they tend to ignore them, but you should follow them depending on which aircraft you're on, of course. But having seen some of the social media footage of on board as this aircraft came into land and landed, it's very, very impressive to see how calm everybody was. 380 or so people, including the crew, is a lot of people to get off an aircraft which is burning. And initially, of course, it seems as though the left engine, certainly from the videos I've seen, the left engine caught fire first. And that would have given around 90 seconds to maybe 120 seconds for everybody to have got off before the fire would have spread more widely throughout the aircraft. Especially as, from the videos you've seen, the core of the aircraft, the hull of the aircraft, seemingly was on fire as it came down the runway, having collided with a smaller aircraft. So you can imagine what those 120 seconds would have been like on board for those passengers involved and the crew involved, and the panic that would have set in. And that's why it is extraordinary that everybody seems to have got off.
It really is, because some of this internal footage from the aeroplane, Paul, that's appearing online slowly as I guess people are coming off the plane and uploading their images onto Twitter, show that they're in the plane, it is still moving, and the flames are licking the outside of the window of the planes, and the smoke is coming past the windows, and certainly quite a bit of smoke also inside the cabin. As you say, testimony to the evacuation strategy, to the crew on board, to the passengers. Nobody appears to be panicking. There sounds like there's some shouts of distress, understandably. But to get all 367 people off in that short space of time, when it clearly burst into flames, particularly at the front of the aeroplane, you would wonder how the pilots were able to get out of this, because the impact is at the front of the plane.
Yeah, well, I think this suggests that obviously this all happened very, very quickly. There would be no warning. Somehow, and this is what the investigators will be looking at, the A350 collided with a smaller plane as it touched down, or as it literally clipped that smaller plane as it came into land. Now, obviously, we don't know the full condition of those who were on board the smaller plane, the Coast Guard plane, but sadly, I think they may not have got out, but let's see. But obviously, we're talking about the passengers on the A350, but on those who were on board the Dash 8, it may be a different story. It was a much smaller plane, less Obviously, it was a Coast Guard aircraft, and I would fear more for those on board that aircraft. But clearly this happened at very high speed. There was no notice. It looks like the A350 clipped the Dash 8 smaller Coast Guard aircraft in some way. And that's why you then see the core of the A350 going down the runway in flames. But the flames look worse than they are at that point because it's just the engine on fire. And that's why when the hull came to a standstill, the pilots were clearly still in control, able to release those slides and get the passengers off very quickly indeed before the fire spread to the rest of the aircraft.
OK, thank you, Paul. Paul Charles there, travel expert. And we are now joined by travel correspondent Simon Calder. Simon, always nice to talk to you. I want to wish you a Happy New Year. It is not a Happy New Year for Japan. They obviously had this earthquake yesterday, and now they are dealing with this inferno on the runway here at Haneda Airport. Are you familiar with this area? And what will this mean for this airport now?
OK, well, you can imagine that operations will be coming to a complete standstill. This is Tokyo's main airport, one of the busiest airports in Asia, in the world, in fact, very close to the capital of Japan, and so therefore there will be, I imagine, a lot of smoke, a lot of horrifying scenes. But the main thing is that we appear to have 379 passengers and crew evacuated from this Airbus A350. The plane was two years old. It appears that the problem was collision with a Coast Guard aircraft, as we've been hearing. Very sadly, I'm hearing that while one Coast Guard member of crew escaped the smaller plane, the Dash 8, it actually, there's 5 who are unaccounted for. The pictures look horrifying, but this was a safe evacuation. And I need to stress, this comes at the start of 2024, after 2023 was the safest year ever for aviation. We had just 2 fatal accidents, total tragically of 86 fatalities, but no passenger jet aircraft. They were propeller planes that crashed, and no international flights affected. So while this is horrifying for a lot of people and it's going to make them feel anxious about flying, the fact that everybody got off the aircraft, off the passenger aircraft, should be actually a source of reassurance.
We were just saying, Simon, as well, about how important it is, I guess, that you do listen to those evacuation procedures, because I'm sure you're the most beautifully behaved passenger on any aeroplane. But it is tempting to flick through your phone and not quite listen to what you're being told. So you might not know where the exit is, and you might not know what happens if they have to deploy the slide. This is one of those examples where you realise you do have to take on board the evacuation strategy of any particular aeroplane.
Yes. Oh, very much so. And whatever else is going on, please make it your New Year's resolution next time you're on a flight, and every time you're on a flight, just when they say, OK, we're going to do the safety briefing, even though you have seen them dozens of times before, perhaps, just pay attention. They are there to make you safe. And crucially, most aircraft incidents like this one are survivable as long as you do the right thing. So leave your cabin baggage behind. Having paid attention to where the nearest exit is, obey the cabin crew's orders. They are there not to serve you a nice cup of tea. They are there for your safety.
It's very
Aviation remains extraordinarily safe, but the passengers are responsible for their part in that.
Simon, don't go anywhere. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think Charlie Peters has a little bit of update for us.
We have a breaking line from the Japanese Coast Guard. They said that its aircraft that was involved in this collision, that Dash 8 aircraft, was on its way to the Niigata airport base, which is on the other side of the southern island, to deliver earthquake aid to the area that's been hit, which is in the Noto Peninsula region. So, as we were briefing earlier today, this realistic possibility that the Japanese Coast Guard has been involved in that emergency response. That's now been confirmed by the Coast Guard just in the last few moments, that its aircraft that was clipped, it appears, by this Airbus A350 was on the way to deliver aid to the earthquake-hit Noto Peninsula.
It's a terrible irony, isn't it, Charlie? On its way to help its people who lost their homes and may have been injured or even killed in the earthquake, because the death toll now is up to 50.
Well, it's a country in crisis.
It is.
There's no other way of putting it. And so this aircraft, it appears clipped on the runway, potentially it was moving out to travel. It was on its way to leave this airport, to leave Tokyo, to fly over to this airport base to deliver that aid. As we're hearing now, the captain survived, but 5 of the 6 crew remain unaccounted for. And the original explosion that we've seen on the runway, that appears to be actually the Dash 8 aircraft being caught up in that large explosion. Whereas the flame that we're seeing on the Airbus A350 is that left jet engine flaming, potentially where it clipped this significantly smaller propeller-led aircraft on that runway. Now, the Airbus A350, as we've seen on the footage, for those listening, it just continues full pelt after that collision. Obviously, you'd expect to get away from the point of danger as soon as possible.
Shall we bring Simon Calder back in? Simon, I hope you're still there. We're just seeing pictures that appear to be people inside the plane with the smoke. This is the footage that I was referencing. I don't know whether we have any audio on this, but you can see passengers standing up. If you're listening on the radio, passengers standing up out of their seat. The cabin is filled with smoke, actually, looking around, people looking around to work out what's happened.
They're not panicking either.
But not panicking.
They seem very calm.
Go on, Simon. I mean, what do you know about the Japanese people and the culture and whether the country can cope really well in a situation like this?
Well, clearly that we are seeing signs of calm. The thing, actually, which really concerns me about that...
I think we've lost Simon Calder. We've still got Charlie Peters. I'm saying...
Mike, Simon's back, I think.
We've got
Simon, you were going to say what really concerns you about that footage is what?
Well, it's that somebody on board that flight thought it would be a good idea actually to get some footage while they were waiting to evacuate. You've absolutely got to focus on getting off the aircraft. I think it's impossible to know how people behave, but evidence is that generally people are... We saw, for instance, about 5 years ago, a Boeing 777 belonging to British Airways, which burst into flames while taking off from Las Vegas International Airport. Passengers survived that. It was a difficult evacuation, but everybody made it. And all the more reason for just being absolutely aware that you can survive these things. You need to pay attention. You need to focus. You need to obey the instructions. You need to get off the aircraft as quickly as you can. Worth saying, this is the first serious event involving an Airbus A350 since the type was introduced nearly 10 years ago. They are marvellous aircraft. And of course, like any other jet aircraft, designed with safety 100% in mind.
And Simon, Japan Airlines take great pride in the fact they've had an excellent record in terms of safety.
Well, yes, I mean, the safest airlines in the world, I'm very glad to say, are those whose main bases of operation are in the UK. That's Ryanair, safest in the world in terms of passengers flown without a fatal accident, and EasyJet, they're second in line. Japan has a reasonable aviation record. Most Western focused countries do. But if people are looking at this and thinking, I'm not getting on a plane, please remember, any other form of transport is more dangerous than aviation. Very shockingly, and I don't want to kind of divert things away from these really serious scenes that we're seeing, but every hour, 148 people die on average on the roads around the world. That's the equivalent every minute of a plane crash. So this is awful, and my thoughts go out to the loved ones of those 5 people unaccounted for. But despite these awful scenes, please keep things in perspective.
Charlie Peters.
We've just heard from the British Embassy in Japan saying that they are aware of the fire on this flight and the fire at the airport in Tokyo, and that they are in touch with the authorities. One of the lines of inquiry throughout this day, of course, is going to be who was on that flight. Were there any British nationals, other foreign nationals on this plane? You can imagine all of the foreign embassies in Tokyo right now scrambling to get information from the airline and the airport about the status of any potential nationals belonging to their international duties not only on this flight, but also at the airport more widely. I mean, we've just heard from Simon that operations at this airport are now going to be shut down for the day while they deal with this crisis response. That's going to have significant knock-on effects, especially as it is one of the largest airports
I suspect
in Asia.
More than a day, Charlie, don't you?
Oh, well, with those flames, and if the airport's been, sorry, the runway's been damaged, then that's going to have significant ramifications because it is